our head of the regional delegation, International Committee for the Red Cross for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, it is my proud privilege to welcome our chief guest, Lieutenant General J.P. Matthew, UISM, AVSM, VSM, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff and President of USI Council. And our guest of honor, Ambassador Mukherjee, India's former ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations and member of USI Council. Excellencies, dignitaries, USI member, virtually connected participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In continuation of effort by the USI to highlight India's contribution to the UN peacekeeping, every year USI conducts a UN forum on various contemporary peace themes. Last year's theme was the future of peace operation, and this year, international humanitarian law and peacekeeping, with focus on international humanitarian law, protection of civilians, protecting the protectors, women, peace and security, and use of technology in effective peacekeeping. This event is being jointly organized by the USI of India, ICRC, and Center for UN Peacekeeping, and supported by MEA and the UN Women. In the prevailing geopolitical churning, today world is witnessing growing geopolitical tensions and armed conflicts, thus triggering the humanitarian crisis. The current situation reinforces the essence and relevance of international humanitarian law in the preserving our common humanity. It is in this backdrop, today's topic is highly contemporary in nature. More on the themes and some themes later. Few words about the three institutions which is organizing the event. United Service Institution of India, generally known as USI, was established in 1870, and it is the oldest tri-service think tank of India. Besides national security and strategic issue and study of military history and conflict studies, USI has played a stellar role in the furtherance of India's UN peacekeeping endeavors and regularly conducts and participates in various UN-related projects and the events. The ICRC, that is International Committee for the Red Cross, since its creation in 1863, is an independent, neutral organization with sole objective of ensuring humanitarian protections and assistance for the victims of the armed conflict and other situations of violence. It takes action in response to the emergencies and promote respect for the international humanitarian law and its implementation in the national law. It does so through its direct action around the world, as well as by encouraging the development of international humanitarian law and promoting respect for it by the government and all weapon bearers. Center for UN Peacekeeping was established in September 2000 under the aegis of USI with the aim of imparting integrated training in the UN peacekeeping to military contingents, military observers, and staff officers selected for the deployment in various UN missions, and also for the friendly foreign country personals. It is a joint effort of Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and the Indian Army. Center for UN Peacekeeping were nurtured by the USI for 14 years, and today it is a regional node for the excellence of UN peacekeeping, capacity building, and practicing UN diplomacy, and repository of Indian experience and best practices in the field of peacekeeping operations. To commence today's proceeding, may I now invite General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, for the opening address. Over to you, sir.
General Matthews, the President of the USI Council, Ambassador Mukherjee, member of the USI Council, Mr. Omar, who's the head of regional delegations, the ICRC, and distinguished panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you and those who are digitally connected with us to attend this very, very important event today. Uh, as my colleague General Goswami has said that, well, a USI takes a pride in saying that we have played a stellar role in the furtherance of cause of UN peacekeeping operation by raising the Center for UN Peacekeeping here, which we nurtured for nearly 12 years till it became an independent unit of the Indian Army. And today, easily, it is one of the best regional nodes of excellence in UN peacekeeping skill development. USI is also the founder member of Challenges Forum, NUPI, APON, and we collaborate very closely with the UN headquarters, ICW, which is a foreign ministry think tank, and UNITAR. Under the aegis of UNITAR, we've done a large number of capacity building programs here at the USI. And since it's more than 2 decades now that USI has been conducting seminars, we've been conducting courses, workshops, we've written monographs, about 7 or 8 monographs in last 3 years, about 3 books in last 2 years. We've been part of international studies, and also we generated a lot of reports, and we've been as a consultative entity with HIPPO panel, which is the high level panel for UN reforms. Last year, we conducted an international seminar together with the Challenges Forum on the theme of future of UN peacekeeping operations and what are the challenges and prospects. Uh, Under the rubric of that seminar, there was a wholesome discussion on the whole gambit of contemporary UN peacekeeping related issues, such as this UN doctrine of responsibility to protect, particularly the civilian, the HIPPO report 2015, and then how it informed A4P 2018. And all this led to a kind of deliberations here. And from the seminar that we did last year, there were about 10 major takeaways. And what were those takeaways? The first thing, there was a consensus on upholding the UN Charter, irrespective of the geopolitical churning that is taking place, facilitation of political dialogue for some very, very complex and inextricable kind of issues, then preventive deployment and more salience of political deployment of political missions. A robust risk assessment, because we're living in a kind of a VUCA world, and unless you have robust risk assessment methodologies, probably we will be not able to smell the tea leaves and have our appropriate responses. Then application of digital technology in enhancing the operational effectiveness of these UN missions, adopting a people-centric approach, and the efficacy of peacekeeping operations, irrespective of the ebb and flow of geopolitics, partnership, and how do you combat disinformation, counter disinformation, particularly against the peacekeepers, and last was the security of peacekeepers. But somehow we were not able to devote adequate attention to international humanitarian law, which stems from 4 Geneva Conventions and 3 protocols which were signed in 1977. And that was actually protecting the wounded soldiers, taking care of prisoners of war, other combatants, civilians, and other aid agencies, including ICRC, who are doing a yeoman's service in some conflict zones against very, very heavy odds. But today, what has happened that this international humanitarian law rather than making efforts for its preservation and promotion, is come under huge stress. And you have seen what has happened in Ukraine, right? How many human corridors were formed? Nearly about 12 million people got displaced, and all the civil infrastructure is being targeted there, which is a gross violation of human laws. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritties of Israeli sort of whether Hamas attack was correct and whether Israeli attack was correct or not. There are two sides of the spectrum. People can justify their respective narratives. But at the end of the day, what is happening in Gaza is a humanitarian disaster, right? It's a common people who are actually suffering. And where is the humanitarian law today? The very people who are custodians of this humanitarian law, they turn their face other way around. And as a result, what we've seen, nearly 101 peacekeepers have actually fallen victim to the bombing there. So we are really on the crossroads. And then comes another issue of the non-state actors who do not adhere to any of the international humanitarian law. For example, look at what has happened in Afghanistan. You have a highly orthodox, a very, very, I would say, uh, kind of extreme kind of a group which has come to power there, and there are gross humanitarian violations being committed there. So who is dealing with all these issues? And now we have the new challenge, artificial intelligence and lethal autonomous weapon systems, which are not going to be, manned by the human beings. And suppose these autonomous lethal weapon systems proliferate, then whom do you hold accountable? And this was the right time that UN should have been actually the most optimum platform to have some futuristic discussions on these issues and develop some kind of a consensus and new laws, refinement of and improvement of these laws, how to deal with the evolving challenges and threats which would actually impinge on the international humanitarian law. So I'm sure that today's discussion here, which is theme-based, we have about 5 themes. One is the application of international humanitarian law in UN peacekeeping operations, with particular focus on protection of civilians, then crime against the peacekeepers per se, challenges to women who are either in the conflict zone or as peacekeepers, and then last is, and which is extremely important, is role of technology in safeguarding, uh, in promoting and then safeguarding human lives. I'm sanguine that this seminar will give us a good platform for the cross-fertilization of idea of the best experts who have served under the banner of UN in some very, very difficult situations. And we will have some good takeaways which we would like to compile and formulate a report and share with all the people who are dealing with UN peacekeeping operations at the policy level. And with these few words, I now uh, wish that we have a very sort of thought-provoking and very, very interactive discussions in the sessions to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan Sharma, for covering the aspects related to the humanitarian crisis which the world is facing today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that the surprise is the greatest gift which life can give us. So we have a surprise event. We are very fortunate that Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, Under-Secretary General, Department of Peace Operations, United Nations, has accepted my request to send a recorded message for the USI Annual UN Forum. Since he could not physically participate due to the prevailing geopolitical situation. Just for info of audience, last year he was here on 6th and 7th October when we held the Challenges Annual Forum last year. So over to Under-Secretary General for his recorded message.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Warm greetings to everyone attending this seminar on international humanitarian law and peacekeeping, in particular the representatives of the Government of India, the Indian Army, as well as the International Committee of the Red Cross. I would like to thank and commend the United Service Institution of India for initiating these discussions on such key and timely issues. The crises that we observe today serve as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability of civilian populations who remain disproportionately affected by conflicts. They only further underline the crucial importance of upholding the principles of international human rights and humanitarian law. UN peacekeeping is grounded in the key idea that civilian populations must be protected at times of crisis. Next year will mark 25 years since the United Nations Security Council explicitly added the protection of civilians, or POC, in armed conflict to its agenda. Since then, POC has remained a priority objective of UN peacekeeping. Our missions have been playing a key role in preventing and limiting the impact of armed conflict on civilian population in contexts that are often extremely difficult and marked with deliberate attacks against civilian populations, as well as UN and humanitarian personnel. The core definitions and policy that have been developed to guide POC in peacekeeping are based in international humanitarian law. I should also note that our integrated peacekeeping missions enable stronger operational links between the mission and humanitarian actors who often rely on peacekeepers to support their access to populations under threat. As part of these efforts, the Department of Peace Operations has taken steps to prevent, track, minimize and address harm to civilians using thresholds and standards that often go beyond the requirements of international humanitarian law. The prevention of harm to civilian populations by UN peacekeeping personnel remains our utmost concern and a key priority under Action for Peacekeeping Plus, which stresses the importance of continuing our efforts to further enhance accountability for conduct and discipline of our peacekeepers. These principles guide our critical actions. Peacekeeping missions play an instrumental role in developing the capacities of host states to protect their population. The application of the human rights due diligence policy also serves to minimize the risk of UN peacekeeping missions being associated to breaches of international human rights or humanitarian law, while playing a positive role in advancing the capacities of our partners to respect and protect international norms. Peacekeepers are also key in implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Gender-responsive peacekeeping through integrating gender perspectives in all areas of our work is one of our political priorities to make peacekeeping more effective through its catalytic effect and by making peace more sustainable. Progressively, we have achieved significant milestones in increasing the number of women civilian and uniformed peacekeepers. These go hand in hand with our efforts to support the meaningful participation of women in public and political life and all decision-making levels. Through our protection of civilians mandates, we integrate the gender perspective to better understand and adequately respond to the full range of threats affecting women and girls, including conflict-related sexual violence. We continue to rely on gender analysis and work with the local communities, including women networks, peace builders, and civil society organizations in early warning, conflict prevention and resolution, and recovery that advances gender equality. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Government of India for its exceptional contribution to these efforts and to pay tribute to Indian peacekeepers who have lost their lives serving under the UN flag. We carry forward their legacy by persisting in our efforts for peace. I thank you again for your interest in these very important issues and wish you a productive seminar.
I'm really grateful to the Undersecretary General that he accepted our request and at the same time highlighting the importance of international humanitarian law in the prevailing geopolitical conditions. The issues which he has flagged during his address will be addressed in some form or other during the various sessions in the seminar. Before I invite our chief guest, Lieutenant General Matthew, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, for keynote address, few words about the General Officer. General Officer held varied staff, command, and instructional appointment and has very rich experience of conventional and counterinsurgency operation. General Officer commanded a corps in the northeast on China border and assumed the present appointment of Chief of Integrated Defense Staff on 3rd April 23. He is also the President of USI Council. May I request General Matthew to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations goals and objectives are defined in Article 1 of the Charter, the most significant of which is the maintenance of international peace and stability. The establishment of the UN was centered on devising methods to prevent the outbreak of conflicts and catastrophic wars. It is deemed that the UN will not wait for disputes to escalate into violent confrontations before intervening. Instead, it should take proactive steps to address the causes of international tensions and friction. Since 1948, the UN peacekeepers have undertaken 71 missions, and currently there are 12 active missions, 6 in Africa, 2 in Europe, and 4 in Asia. Yet, in a recent development, the United Nations is withdrawing 13,000 personnel from Mali in what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called an unprecedented move following a request from the Malian military junta to vacate the country. Mali's Foreign Minister Abdoulaye Diop told the United Nations Security Council in June that the UN peacekeepers had become a part of the problem in fueling intercommunal tensions. The UN has been given until December 31 to pull out its mission members as well as to close 12 camps and to hand over the temporary base to the authorities. Such an ominous fate may well be awaiting a few other missions. This raises questions about the ability of the UN to fulfill its mandate to provide a venue for peaceful resolution of conflicts. Critics have voiced various concerns about the United Nations General Assembly and the Security Council. The United Nations General Assembly, despite its inclusive nature, faces criticism for its limited decision-making abilities. As a forum for all member states, each having an equal vote, the United Nations General Assembly resolutions are often non-binding and its decisions lacks enforceability. Detractors argue that this egalitarian structure can lead to inefficiency and an inability to address urgent global issues decisively. On the other hand, the Security Council, while designed to maintain international peace and security, has faced substantial criticism, primarily centered around issues of representation and decision-making. The permanent members, China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States hold veto power, which some argue can lead to deadlock and inaction, especially when their interests diverge. This dynamic has particularly been evident in instances of geopolitical tensions, hindering the Council's ability to respond effectively to crises. Moreover, there are concerns about the Security Council's outdated composition reflecting the post-World War II power structure. Calls to reform to make it more representative of the current geopolitical landscape, including increasing the number of permanent members or adjusting regional representation, have not seen significant progress, leading to frustration amongst many member states. The issue of consistency in decision-making also arises, which critics point to instances where the Security Council response has been perceived as selective or influenced by political considerations. This has led to questions about the Council's ability to act impartially and consistently in the face of similar situations in different parts of the world. In September this year, the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also said that resistance of the United Nations to reform its structure will eventually lead to the body being anachronistic and people will start finding solutions elsewhere. It's indeed an opportune moment to embark on a comprehensive exploration of United Nations peacekeeping operations and international humanitarian law. My compliments to the USI for organizing its annual UN Forum 2023 on this important contemporary theme in collaboration with ICRC and the UNPK. Our shared commitment to global peace and security compels us to confront not only the successes, but also the major challenges and criticisms facing the United Nations Security Council peacekeeping missions. As we navigate the intricate landscape of international humanitarian law and laws of armed conflict, it's essential to acknowledge the multifaceted challenges encountered in modern peacekeeping. The very nature of conflicts has evolved, presenting new complexities that strain the effectiveness of traditional peacekeeping approaches. One of the paramount challenges is the evolving nature of conflict zones, exemplified by the ongoing crises in Ukraine, Gaza, the Middle East, and North Africa. These regions bear witness to conflicts characterized by asymmetry, non-state actors, and blurred lines of military and civilian domains. The traditional peacekeeping model designed for interstate conflicts is often ill-suited for these contemporary challenges. Countries will bypass the UN when it is seen to be obstructing their interest and will turn to coalitions of the willing in order to deal with specific threats to national security and even humanitarian crises. At the same time, stronger countries, together with close allies, may develop more bodies outside of the UN system to handle global issues. The United Nations will have to compete in a global marketplace of international institutions. Its privileged position as the dominant world body in areas such as human rights, humanitarian relief, and international development would be challenged both by other multilateral institutions and ad hoc coalitions. The UN, with its myriad agencies and vast bureaucracy, may struggle to compete in a 21st century world that demands immediate responses to clear and present threats and crises. Whether the UN goes the way of its predecessor, the League of Nations, and sinks into the abyss of history as an irrelevant failure depends upon its willingness to be reformed, as well as the ability to proactively confront the challenges of today. Whether it be the threat of global terrorism, the aggressive actions of dictatorial regimes, or the mass slaughter of one ethnic group by another. Terrorism, tyranny, and genocide remain the three great evils of our time, and the United Nations will be judged by how it responds to them. If it is not up to the task, then it will have to take a bow and give way to its successor. Many ongoing conflicts have exposed the limitations of peacekeeping operations in the face of geopolitical complexities. The Security Council struggled to find a consensus and deploy a robust mission underscores the challenges of navigating conflicting national interests and power dynamics within the Council itself. The Gaza Strip remains a poignant example of the difficulty in balancing the protection of civilians with the need for military intervention. The Security Council's challenges in addressing the protracted Israel-Palestine conflict highlight the long-standing criticism of its ability to act decisively in the face of entrenched geopolitical disputes. Moving to the broader Middle East and North Africa, we witness a region marred by a myriad of conflicts, from civil wars to regional power struggles. The Security Council efforts to address these conflicts are often hindered by a lack of unity among the permanent members and the complexities of navigating local dynamics. A recurring criticism at UN peacekeeping missions revolves around the issues of accountability and transparency. Allegations of misconduct, including sexual exploitation and abuse by peacekeepers, tarnish the credibility of these missions. It's imperative for us to address these concerns head on, ensuring that those responsible are held accountable and mechanisms are in place to prevent such egregious actions in the future. Additionally, resource constraints often hamstring the effectiveness of peacekeeping missions. The demands placed on these operations frequently outstrip the available resources, leading to logistical challenges and compromises in mission objectives. This disparity is particularly evident in missions where the scale and scope of the conflict overwhelm the available resources. Furthermore, the Security Council's mandate limitations and the absence of enforcement mechanisms pose significant hurdles. Peacekeepers often find themselves in volatile situations without the authority to take robust action, leaving them unable to effectively protect civilians and prevent escalation. In the face of these challenges, it's imperative for the international community to reassess and adapt peacekeeping strategies. Embracing innovation and technology becomes essential in enhancing the efficiency and efficacy of missions. The application of artificial intelligence, unmanned aerial vehicles, and other cutting-edge technologies can augment the capabilities of peacekeepers, providing them with the tools needed to navigate complex and dynamic conflict environment. Moreover, a renewed emphasis on the preventive diplomacy and conflict resolution is crucial. The international community must invest in addressing root causes, building local capacities, and fostering inclusive dialogue to prevent conflicts from escalating to a point where peacekeeping becomes imperative. As we deliberate on these challenges and criticism, let's not lose sight of the inherent value of United Nations peacekeeping. Despite the obstacles, peacekeeping missions have played a pivotal role in preventing the escalation of conflicts, protecting civilians, and laying the groundwork for long-term stability in numerous instances. In conclusion, our collective responsibility is not just to identify the challenges, but to work collaboratively towards solutions. Through robust discussions, innovative thinking, and commitment to learning from the past experiences, we can contribute to the evolution of UN peacekeeping, ensuring that it remains a beacon of hope in the pursuit of global peace and security. I'm hopeful that at the end of this annual UN forum, we would have a few concrete suggestions for the government for policy making, which they can flow back to the UN, as also some robust guidelines for our armed forces to transcend the faults and mitigate the challenges in peacekeeping missions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insight into the theme of humanitarian law as well as the challenges to the peacekeeping and some ideas which you have given us. We'll ponder over it in the next 2 days during the various discussions. Before I invite our guest of honor, Ambassador Mukherjee, for special remarks, few words about him. Ambassador Mukherjee is a well-known Indian diplomat. Besides holding various important diplomatic assignments, was also permanent representative of India to the United Nations. During his tenure, he immensely contributed towards India's stance on the United Nations. He successfully spearheaded the acceptance of Indian proposal to declare 21st June as the International Yoga Day by the United Nations in record of 75 days. He also convinced UN to launch a virtual memorial wall in memory of India's fallen peacekeeper, which is the highest among the troop contributing country in 2015. And the current initiative of the United Nations General Assembly to construct a memorial wall for all UN peacekeepers in the UN headquarters. Currently, he is a senior fellow at the Diplo Foundation, where he is teaching the diplomacy. His book, India and the United Nations 1945-2015, A Photo Journey, is among 7 published books, and the first copy of this book was presented by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in September 2015. Now I invite Ambassador Mukherjee for the special remark. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, General Goswami, General Matthew, General Sharma, Director General of the USI, Mr. Omar of the International Committee of the Red Cross, dear friends and colleagues and many people whom I know in this room. It is appropriate that we are meeting today to launch the USI annual forum to focus on international humanitarian law and peacekeeping. I thought of just highlighting 3 points in what I have to say today. The first is that India is among the founding members of the United Nations who have contributed to creating the framework of international humanitarian law. I think a lot of us need to remember that there were 2 parallel processes which happened when the United Nations was created in the mid-1940s. The first process was led by a Polish-American lawyer called Raphael Lemkin. And those of you who study international humanitarian law will know that he is the originator of the word genocide. Raphael Lemkin was impacted a lot while growing up, as he writes in his autobiography, by the genocide on the Armenians, which was committed in 1915 onwards by the fading Turkish Ottoman Empire, an issue which is still on the headlines of the media today. But more relevant for him was the fate facing the Jews of Europe in the 1930s. And he tried very hard to get an international legal framework to outlaw what he called genocide as a mass atrocity crime. He was unable to succeed before the outbreak of the Second World War in creating this framework, and the events that happened in the Second World War, especially the mass atrocity crimes, which saw the extermination of 6 million Jews in Europe, confirmed that the world indeed had to take action and adopt a legal approach based on rule of law to prosecute and bring to justice the perpetrators of such crimes. Now, when Raphael Lemkin found the world had created the United Nations, in 1945, and the United Nations first session was meeting in 1946 in London. They had not yet built this building in New York. He thought of lobbying for the United Nations to adopt a convention on genocide. None of the big powers who had been victorious in the war, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, were willing to take the lead in tabling a resolution in the General Assembly to negotiate a convention to outlaw genocide. And so Raphael Lemkin was advised by his friends, including those in the American delegation, to reach out to the other members of the General Assembly. In those days, the General Assembly had just 51 members, and 19 of them were from Latin America. So he reached out to the Latin American group, and he found 2 co-sponsors, Panama and Cuba. And then he looked around and said that where else can I get support? African countries and African voices were very, very supportive, but they didn't have much representation in that 51-member United Nations General Assembly. So he looked to Asia, which had 8 members in that 51-member grouping. And in the group of Asia, he found a willing partner in the leader of the Indian delegation, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, who was at that time prominent, and 7 years later she became the first woman to be elected president of the General Assembly. So he met Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, and he gives this account in his autobiography of mentioning that he wanted to have a negotiation on the International Convention on Genocide. She just listened to him and said that this is something that we ourselves are committed to, and her words were that Gandhiji would have wanted us to support such an initiative. So she took the paper and signed it as the 3rd co-sponsor. So India was one of the 3 co-sponsors of the move in the General Assembly to negotiate the Convention on Genocide, which was adopted on the 9th of December 1948. So that's the first process. The second process, which is not perhaps spoken of and known to many, including in this room, is the participation of the Ministry of Defense of India in an obscure organization which was set up in 1943, again headquartered in London. Those days, London was the headquarters of the world, it seems, which was called the UN War Crimes Commission. The UN War Crimes Commission had 17 member states, member nations. India was one of the 17, represented by India's High Commissioner in London at that time, Sir Samuel Ranganathan. And the UN War Crimes Commission task was to collect the reports which were flowing in from the armies which were fighting in this conflict, especially in Europe and Asia, about mass atrocity crimes. So it's not that the fact that genocide of Jews was taking place was not known. It was just that the reports that recorded this mass atrocity were not acted upon. And altogether, about 8,000 files existed in the UN War Crimes Commission when it was wound up in 1949, without having the power to investigate or prosecute any of the crimes. But the factual record of what happened in Europe as well as in Asia. Most people forget that in Asia there was terrible mass atrocity crimes, which are today not spoken about. But this record existed in the files of the United Nations, in the UN War Crimes Commission files until 2014, July. And in 2014, July, when I was in New York, I was asked to participate in a function in which the United Nations formally handed over these files, which are all unrestricted files. So you can imagine how much they contain or don't contain, to the US Holocaust Museum in Washington, DC. Now, the reason I mention this is that part of the problem of having information is what do you do with it? As General Matthew says, we have to do something to after this conference of ours gets over, to take some action. And in the case of the UN War Crimes Commission, the action that had to be taken was to have a concerted international move to prosecute and outlaw mass atrocity crimes. And that process, unfortunately, got sucked up into the great power politics of the Cold War. And at the end of the Cold War, when the world had what is today being called the unipolar moment of the 1990s, there was a creation of an international criminal court. I have a colleague here who knows this very well, Ambassador Srivastav, and India did not join the International Criminal Court, although India had been a co-sponsor of the International Convention on Genocide and a member of the 17-member in the UN War Crimes Commission. And the reason that India did not join the International Criminal Court was linked to the politics of what and how that court would operate. And that brings me to the second point, which I thought we should look at in our deliberations, which is how does the United Nations respond to allegations of violations of international humanitarian law. And so far, as was mentioned by General Matthew, there are two forums. One is the General Assembly, but as we all know, the recommendations of the General Assembly are not binding. They are recommendatory in nature. So therefore, they remain pieces of paper. There's not much except arousing the moral voice of mankind and touching the conscience of mankind. The other is the Security Council. And I think that it's important for us to, at this point, when almost 80 years are going to pass since the creation of the United Nations and its Security Council, to actually look at it in the eye and call it for what it is. It is a domination of 5 countries who selected themselves, nobody elected them, as permanent members and gave themselves a privilege of having the right to say no to anything they did not like, the privilege of the veto. So when we talk of implementing international humanitarian law and making it effective, we have to, if we are using the United Nations, we have to acknowledge that it can be done only as the Charter stands today through the Security Council. The General Assembly has no enforcement powers. The Security Council, on the other hand, has 2 very important provisions, Article 41 on economic sanctions and Article 42 on humanitarian intervention, with which to enforce its decisions. But the decisions of the United Nations Security Council, as was mentioned before me, even on Gaza, are deadlocked, gridlocked because of the veto. They were deadlocked on Ukraine because of the veto. They've been deadlocked on Myanmar because of implicit use of the veto, and so on. And we can go on down, and look at case by case. So the veto is really the key to reforming the United Nations and to making international humanitarian law effective on the ground. And we, and those of us who are in the hall who have been force commanders of UN peacekeeping missions know very well that part of the reason why the current crisis is overtaking UN peacekeeping in places like Mali, Democratic Republic of Congo, and so on, is also linked implicitly to a veto which is being wielded by those who write the mandates of these peacekeeping missions. It's nice to see on paper that elected members are shown as people who are drafting mandates. But inside that chamber, and those of you who've been force commanders know this very well, the actual writing of these words is done by only the permanent members. And out of the permanent members, the 3 who have been more proactive, and they have been sort of accepted by the other 2, are the P3, the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Since 2010, in fact, they've publicly talked about themselves as being pen holders. That's a very interesting thing. Google it when you have time, if you have interest, and you'll find a terrible story which was never meant in the UN Charter. It doesn't exist in the Charter, but de facto, it is how great power politics is being played out today. So when we look at the crisis which is confronting UN peacekeeping, we must keep in mind how to reform the decisions which deploy thousands of troops contributed by so many countries on the ground. And why is this question always asked, that why is peacekeeping not effective? Why does it not give us the results? Why does it not finish the job? Why does it keep on getting rolled over the mandate year after year? Congo is a classic example. I mean, as long as I can remember, we've had peacekeeping in the Congo. And when you read about it, Indian peacekeepers were in Congo in 1960. So, why is this so? And I think the answer is in the veto. And the third point that I'd like to highlight is the role of India in bringing gender equality and a focus on women in peacekeeping. till 2007, this was something that was spoken of, but no one really did anything. They had the 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 women peacekeepers, police officers, and so on in UN peacekeeping, but nobody bit the bullet and deployed a full unit of women peacekeepers. It was India which took that initiative among all the 193 members of the United Nations by deploying a 125 unit of women peacekeepers in Liberia. And for those of you who want to know what happened, again, Google it. You'll see President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of Liberia. She, when this mission came to an end and the Indian contingent finally withdrew in 2016, he made a public statement that this was the way in which women have contributed not only to the success of the operation, the mandate, but also built up national institutions in Liberia through which Liberian women would want to join, institutions of governance, of law enforcement, of what we would call military operations, etc. Indian women have shown the way in Liberia, and in January this year, a smaller group of 27 Indian women landed up in Abyei, in the heart of Africa. Again, the only fully female unit deployed on the ground. And I think that that is something that needs to be recognized. And it goes back again to 1948. This is the 75th year that we celebrate these events, 1948. And that is the drafting and adoption of the global human rights treaty by the United Nations. It's called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And last year, in December, the United Nations very generously acknowledged the role of the delegates who met and drafted this declaration. And among those delegates, of course, the leader of the group was the widow of President Roosevelt of the United States, Eleanor Roosevelt. But the other lady who was active, and which the UN acknowledges on its website, was Hansa Mehta of India. And she is responsible for introducing gender equality into Article 1 of the current Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When it started life, it was all men are created equal. You know, that is how it normally is written. But she said, no, I'm coming from India. I've participated in India's freedom struggle. We have fought shoulder to shoulder with our men. And so therefore, we cannot agree that it's only men who are going to be created equal. It's all human beings are treated equal. So when you look at Article 1, do remember Hansa Mehta. And I think this event is actually a tribute as much to her as to any others who have contributed to the creation of the framework of international humanitarian law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight on the international humanitarian law, human rights, United Nations, and the UN peacekeeping. To close the opening session, before I request Mr. Qadir Omar, head of the regional delegation for International Committee for the Red Cross for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, few words about him. Mr. Omar has decades of operational and regional experience in humanitarian response. He has led various global delegations ranging from those in the conflict settings to the humanitarian diplomacies such as Yemen, Sierra Leone, Gaza, Nigeria, Iran, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, and Kuwait. May I now invite Mr. Qadir Omar for his special remarks.
Lieutenant General Matteo, Chief of Integrated Staff, Ambassador Mukherjee, India former permanent representative to the United Nations, Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, Major General P.K. Goswami, Deputy Director General USI, respected chairs, speakers, distinguished participants, my colleagues from ICRC, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this seminar jointly organized with the United Service Institute of India, USI, and the Center of UN Peacekeeping, UNPK, on international humanitarian law and peacekeeping. I also wish to express the ICRC's gratitude to USI and UNPK for bringing together such a broad group of participants for what I am sure will prove to be a productive and timely discussion on crucial issues facing civilian protection in non-conflict zone in the world, like it's earlier mentioned by previous speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at a particularly difficult time for global peace, one that has been marked by international and international armed conflict, currently over 100 around the globe, whether in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Nagorno-Karabakh, among many other contexts, leaving many people as victims. Therefore, to preserve humanity, the face of death, destruction, and devastation occasioned by armed conflict that we are currently facing globally remains the primary purpose of IHL. Today, peacekeeping operation remains one of the vital tools to contributing to safeguarding international peace and security worldwide. The mandate of peacekeeping missions have grown increasingly complex in recent years and have moved beyond their traditional role of monitoring peace agreement to focus on the rule of law, security, sector reforms, humanitarian assistance, and protection of civilians. With over 7,000 troops deployed in UN missions worldwide, India ranks among the top 3 troops contributing countries to UN peace support operations. Bearing this in mind, the ICRC regularly provides training courses for armed force officers of Indian and foreign armed attending UN peacekeeping course conducted by UNPK in New Delhi, like it does in many other contexts. The ICRC is committed to maintaining and developing our highly constructive dialogue on operational, protection, legal, and training issues related to peacekeeping with the United Nations, New York, and in the field. The ICRC also stands ready to engage member states, mainly troops and police contributing countries, member of the Security Council, and candid and open dialogue on these crucial issues. Ensuring respect of IHL is a challenging task with some expectations, including resource available to bearer of that obligations like the General earlier mentioned. The UN peacekeeping operation must exercise due diligence when deciding how to promote compliance with the law among conflicting parties, such as making its support for joint operation conditional upon compliance with IHL, training weapons bearers, inquiring about IHL violations, and liaising with the local populations and authorities. This is a significant reason why ICRC is regularly conducting IHL program for military forces, armed bearers, and peacekeeping missions around the world, including the Indian Armed Forces. Clearly, such engagement aims also to ensure that civilian population caught up in conflict receive timely humanitarian assistance. Moreover, for the past many years, the ICRC in India has been organizing IHL Corps for the Indian Armed Force and Coast Guards officers in respective training academics and have jointly conducted seminars, panel discussions, and workshops in contemporary issues related to IHL in partnership with defense think tanks such as USI, Manur Parkar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, National Maritime Foundations, RRU, and others. Thus, we are prepared to increase both in volume and depth our training program for peacekeepers on IHL and protection of civilians, both before deployment and in theater, and to strengthen our dialogue with all parties. To further strengthen our successful cooperation, we look forward to continuing to work with all peacekeeping operation personnel, troops, and police contributing to countries and the UN Secretariat. Furthermore, the ICRC stands ready to engage with member states, notably troops and police contributing countries and members of the Security Council, and candid and open discussion on these issues. In the end, we are confident that This deliberation during workshop will lead to actionable measures, as Ms. Gerald also mentioned earlier, a novel and volume approach that will help prevent and respond to violation of international humanitarian law and ensure that civilians are ultimately protected where peacekeeping forces are deployed. I once again thank you for being part of this important initiative. I wish all participants and contributors great success, and then for those who have come from abroad, a warm and enjoyable stay in New Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of opening session. May I request General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, to present a memento to our guests. Ambassador Mukherjee. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to join us for some refreshment in the courtyard and at opportunity to interact with each other and the guests. We have organized a group photograph at the courtyard, and all moderators and speakers are requested to join. Next session, we will start on the humanitarian law. I know the time has we are delayed, but I'll request as early as possible to fall back to the auditorium so that we can start the session.
Time we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favour for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organisation in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure.
May I request all to settle down, please? Please settle down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now start the first session of the seminar, that is International Humanitarian Laws and Law of Armed Conflict. To strengthen conflict prevention efforts, preserve peace, and find political solutions to any conflict, ancient Indian offered a time-tested philosophy through the thoughts of Vasudeva Kudambakam. It envisions treating the global community as one single family, thereby imparting a sense of oneness to our common humanity. It also encompasses common development goal and a common quest for a rule-based global order and international peace. Its essence has been simply conveyed in the Indian motto of one earth, one family, one future. International humanitarian laws or laws of the armed conflict are highly relevant in the prevailing geopolitical scenario in the face of global concerns in Ukraine, West Asia, and many conflicts in Africa. The current situation amply reinforces the essence and relevance of international humanitarian law in preserving our common humanity. This issue was also highlighted in recently held G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration on 9 September 23, which called for all states to uphold the principles of international humanitarian law. On 31st October 23, UN Secretary General in a statement on situation in Gaza said, I quote, international humanitarian law establishes clear rules that cannot be ignored. It is not a la carte menu that cannot be applied and it cannot be applied selectively. All parties must adhere by it, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions, unquote. In this session, gentlemen, we will look forward to experts' reflection on the international humanitarian laws and law of the armed conflict with recommendations for a possible policy reorientation. Session will be chaired by Dr. George Devalange, the Regional Legal Advisor for South Asia ICRC New Delhi. He was earlier at Law and Policy Department of ICRC Geneva. He is a doctorate in international law from University of Geneva. And distinguished panelists are Wing Commander Dr. UC Jha, member of the USI Council and a renowned legal expert, His doctorate was on law and governance from the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and has authored 32 books on military legal system, international humanitarian law, and human rights. Today, he will be focusing on challenges and opportunities in applying international humanitarian law in contemporary peacekeeping operations. Lieutenant S. Tenekar, an Indian Army veteran with rich experience of UN peacekeeping. He was military observer in the UN mission in Angola, chief operation officer in the mission in Sudan, and finally the force commander in South Sudan. He will exchange his views on international humanitarian law in the UN peacekeeping as a force commander's view. Mr. Sudesh Kumar, Indian Police Service, is the former police commissioner in Congo. He will share his views on the international humanitarian law in the UN peacekeeping as a police commander's view. Tim Brown, a British Army veteran with ICRC since 2017. Presently, he is the Asia Pacific Regional Coordinator for Armed and Security Forces Program at Bangkok. Today, he will highlight the ICRC approach on the Indian international humanitarian law and the peacekeeping operation. So over to Dr. George to start the session.
Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen joining online and in this auditorium, it is my immense privilege and pleasure to be addressing this audience on the question of international humanitarian law, otherwise known as the law of armed conflict, and of course its relevance for peacekeeping operations. From the outset, perhaps to recall this set of norms universally accepted by states and international communities at large for more than 170 years have been providing certain limitations to the conduct of armed conflict with the purpose of limiting the civilian suffering in time of armed conflict, on the one hand by protecting those who are not or no longer participating in hostilities, as well as by adopting and agreeing on the rules on the conduct of hostilities, otherwise means and methods of warfare, including principles of proportionality, precautions, as well as distinction. These rules are important in terms of protecting those who are most affected by armed conflict situations. Of course, this includes civilians first and foremost, but also these rules become also increasingly important for peace operation personnel as well, of course, who might be deployed in situations where armed conflicts are being prevalent as well. Now, looking at the recent trends of contexts in which UN operations are being deployed, of course, this has transpassed traditional duties, which traditionally have been to monitor ceasefires and to observe fragile peace settlements. Today, other mandates also include conflict prevention, peacekeeping, peace enforcement, and peace building. Therefore, it is also of utmost importance to recall that some of the contexts in which the UN personnel are being deployed are defined by increasing level of violence, which of course then increase also the likelihood of UN personnel being also called upon to use force, and thereby international humanitarian law, even when it applies, also becomes relevant to these forces as well. At this point already, it is important to recall that the applicability and relevance of IHL to peacekeeping operations has been affirmed in international law among various different instruments, including those that are IHL instruments, but also importantly, UN instruments such as the Convention on the Safety of UN Personnel, as well as the Secretary General's Bulletin when it comes to observance of IHL by UN personnel and as other associated forces. Here, we have to recall that the integrity of IHL based on the premise of few fundamental and underlying principles without which IHL will not be able to deliver on its promise to protect the civilian population by regulating and balancing, on the one hand, the principle of military necessity, but also importantly, principle of humanity as well. These fundamental rules are, of course, distinction of jus ad bellum and jus in bello, which in other words is also known that The legality of the use of force initially has no bearing on the scope and applicability of IHL and binding nature of all these sets of norms on all parties to the conflict. Also, the fundamental distinction between combatants and civilians, which remains crucial in making sure IHL can apply on the ground, depending on different roles played by different actors on the ground. Applicability of IHL to multinational forces, of course, depends on the situation on the ground and the operational realities. And therefore, the mandate of the United Nations, while a Security Council resolutions that is granting the mandate to the peace operations, of course, is important consideration, but not the sole consideration when it comes to applicability of IHL. And in this, IHL remains the basis of the law, which will be defining if, when, and to what extent IHL will be binding and at the same time protecting UN personnel implicated in different situations and contexts where IHL might be applicable at large. And lastly, perhaps before I hand over to the speakers of distinguished panel, I would like to mention a few words about the organization that I represent, the International Committee of the Red Cross. In many contexts where the peacekeeping forces are being deployed, ICRC is being present as an important humanitarian actor to extend its protection, support, and assistance to persons affected by armed conflict situations. And part of our mandate, often referred to by the international community as the guardian of IHL, is to indeed engage with all parties to the conflict and all those present on the ground in bilateral, confidential, and constructive dialogue with the purpose of ensuring that IHL is known, IHL is being protected, and IHL can indeed deliver those life-saving support and assistance to humanitarian personnel as well as civilian population on the ground. Without further ado, I will be inviting the first speaker, Wing Commander UC Jha, to deliver his presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. लोड कर दिया Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Without wasting much of time, sir, how much time I have? About 12 to 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Contemporary peacekeeping operations in which the challenges and opportunities are there, I'll discuss now for next 15 minutes. Without wasting much of the time, let's come to the main theme. As on date, there are 12 peacekeeping operations around the world led by UN Department of Peacekeeping Operations, in which almost 80,000 persons are involved and they belong to a large number of countries. The main or the major operations which are undergoing today can be seen on the screen, starting from the Central African Republic, South Sudan, Congo, Mali, where the likely number of forces are going to be reduced in due course of the time, followed by Lebanon, South Sudan, etc. This is the places where forces are involved, UN peacekeeping forces. As regard the subject, the IHL, which I'll come now. The UN peacekeeping personnel can be called not only to follow IHL, but the varied duties, which is not a firm list and can be on any of the functions like protecting civilians and UN personnel, which is the major responsibility now. Monitor a disputed border, which still they are maintaining like between India and Pakistan in Kashmir. Monitoring ceasefire in post-conflict areas. Providing security across the conflict zone. Supporting a free and fair election in one of the state. In-country military personnel training by the UN peacekeeping personnel. Demining activities is one of the major after the post-conflict situation. Disarming the combatants of the former state or non-state actors. And assisting these combatants in peace agreements. The list is not exhaustive, can be any other duty assigned to them. As regard applicability of international humanitarian law was concerned, the United Nations was always in doubt initially that whether IHL will apply to the UN forces or not. Though called peacekeepers, these persons, the military persons, had lethal weapons with them, which they could use in self-defense or otherwise offensive operations. But the UN always said that the treaties are signed by the state and UN is not a state, so it has not signed any of the treaties and they would not be applicable to the UN forces. In 1972, when additional protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions were being drafted, there's a proposal to have one of the article stating that the IHL will be applicable or Geneva Convention will be applicable to the forces when they take part in any of the peace operations. But UN did not agree. UN's view was that IHL does not apply to the peacekeepers because they are not combatants in real sense. And second thing, that they do not take part in offensive operations. But it was not true. However, after a lot of persuasions by the ICRC in 1999, they agreed on implementing IHL not in the full form, in the form of a bulletin issued by the Secretary General and said on IHL applicable to the UN peacekeeping forces. It is not the entire IHL, but some of the customary provisions of the IHL which are there. It incorporates it is in 4 parts. Since there's a separate lecture on it, I'll not dwell upon it. The UN peacekeeping forces follow the rules of engagement based on basically the 1993 bulletin, what is streamlines what IHL will be followed by the UN peacekeeping forces. IHL regulates armed conflict in 2 ways. First one, it protects those who are not taking part in armed conflict. Who are these persons? The civilians, major part, women, children, and those persons holding arms, because I cannot call them combatant. Those who are holding arms, they are unwilling to fight a war, they are injured, they will be covered under first part of the IHL. Second is regulates or restricts the means and methods of warfare, mean what all weapons can be used by the UN forces and also what methods they could adopt and could not adopt. But it is not the entire IHL. Besides, there are a lot of provisions of the IHL which are not covered in this, which I'll see take it subsequently. So the treaties like chemical weapons, of biological weapons, nuclear weapons, they are not applicable to the UN forces, and other forces also cannot use them. Some of the weapons cannot be used in a certain way because restriction laid down on them by one of the treaties, the CCW Treaty of 1980. They are also covered under the IHL. It is contained in, first is the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949. First convention deals with the war on the land, second on the shipwreck, third protecting prisoners of war, and fourth on protection of civilians. These conventions have been signed and ratified by entire world. All the 190 countries have signed and ratified it. So it has taken form of a customary international law now. So every country is supposed to follow what is contained in these 4 conventions. Second is additional protocol. In 1977, 2 protocols were made to Geneva Conventions. First one dealt with the international armed conflict in enhanced number of provisions, particularly protection of civilians. And second convention dealt with non-international armed conflict, which was earlier contained in only 1 article of the Geneva Convention, we call Common Article 3. There are also third protocol of 2005, but that is not significant here. Weapon ban and regulation treaties, I told you there are a number of almost 78 treaties are there, which either ban a weapon or restricts their use in certain fashion. Then in 2005, the ICRC did a lot of research work for almost 10 years. Experts from almost 35 countries got together and compiled a list of international humanitarian law, which was of the customary nature. So they took out a publication in 2005. It contains almost 161 rules which are applicable in international or non-international armed conflict. Challenges to IHL, when we say, first one is what I feel is the conflict dynamics. Today, a conflict can be of an international or non-international in character. But this gap is gradually getting mixed up. International means when the two states are involved or more, and non-international means within a state. Take the case of Syria. Now, nobody can say how many parties are involved, whether it's the international or non-international. So is one of the problems faced by peacekeepers is that if you do not know what is the kind of conflicts, then which law you will apply here? Because the sets of law applicable in international conflict is different, and non-international conflict is a different sets of laws are there. So this is one of the main reasons that rules to be implemented by the states, and in number of states we're supposed to implement, the system is very weak. So they do not or may not follow what is the responsibility under given law, either international or non-international. So the reason is that now suppose you take somebody as a prisoner, as a peacekeeper in this conflict. Now there are a number of persons are involved which are not yet been defined clearly. Take the case of contractors, warlords, terrorists, foreign fighters. Now what protection they need, it becomes quite difficult and challenging for the peacekeepers to decide in such situation where they go as a peacekeepers. Second challenge I feel is are the peacekeepers party to armed conflict? Because what happens, the troop contributing countries or TCC, we can call briefly, what they do, they contribute armed forces from their side, train them and send them to the particular place. Now, they never transfer full authority to the UN. A UN force commander may be having a contingent from different countries, but he doesn't exercise full 100% control over it, which is in the case of state forces. A military commander in the country has full control over the armed forces, about the conduct, weapon to be used, what method to be followed, what means to be followed. But it is not in the case of UN peacekeeping forces. The countries prefer to retain some control over them. For example, the disciplinary action against them. In a normal parlance, commander remains responsible for the forces which are under him, but it is not in the case of UN. It's one of the serious challenges to the military commander in the UN forces as far as IHL is concerned. So, difficulty is that in the hostility when they take part, who is at the war? Is the UN or the two contributing country? This always remains confusing and challenging in the case of when the peacekeepers take part in armed conflict. Third challenge, what I feel, is the robustness and application of IHL. For protection of civilians, particularly UN Security Council has in the recent years said that they need to have a notion of robust peacekeeping for protection of civilians. Now for this, a lot of things remain undefined. For example, you see the concept of robust peacekeeping, they say the use of force, how much they can use have not been defined by the Security Council or those who have drafted such rules of engagement, what the P3 was discussed some time back. The resolution, for example, for the Congo said, use all necessary means within its capacity areas where the armed units are deployed. Now, this is a very confusing statement. Reason being that it puts a challenge to the application of IHL by the force commander. For example, where, when, and how much force to be used remains a challenging task for the military commander in the UN mission. A rules of engagement, for example, this was drafted for the air forces of the India when they involved in Congo. Now it was the correct identification of the target before use of force. Second, no friendly to civilians to be in the vicinity in case they are using force. Third, no collateral damage. Now collateral damage may become part of proportionality, which is not a mathematical formula. Yes, there can always be casualty or collateral damage. Nobody can give a military 100% guarantee. Such confusing rules of engagement do create a problem in the mind of UN commander. So due to these ambiguities, peacekeepers have been at receiving end. How much force to be used, when to be used, and where to be used remains undefined in most of the missions. See, this one of the news report of that where almost in one day 15 peacekeepers were killed, and what the UN has said, such attacks are indication of challenges faced by the UN peacekeeping operations around the world. And it is very unfortunate thing for a peacekeeper, though he's called peacekeepers, he's subject to violence by the country where he is deployed. And you will be surprised to know that so far 4,330 persons till yesterday's date have been killed in the UN missions, including 1,000 by the violence. And India is one of the biggest contributor for this figure. We have lost almost 178 soldiers in 26 missions around the globe. Next one is sexual violence and exploitation by the UN forces. It is in IHL, the responsibility of military commander to ensure his forces follow law made by him or by the government. So in country, if my forces are violating law, they're doing anything wrong, I can take action against them under the military law, but not in the UN operations. You see that the cases, one of the major responsibility of commander remains to take actions against those who violate IHL. And IHL not only means a method of warfare, but also conducts of soldier in it. Peacekeeper missions have engaged in sexual harassment, misconduct, sexual violence, etc. Take the case of peacekeepers' baby. Number of peacekeepers have had a sexual liaison with in the country where they're deployed, resulting in a baby is born there. And when action is taken, they are just sent back to the country and no action is taken against them by the countries where they go back. One of the serious cases was there where the 94 peacekeepers from one of the South Asian countries were sent back, or they were involved in a major sexual exploitation in one of the mission. It happened few years back, and unfortunately, country has not taken any action against any peacekeepers till date. Well, they do not take any action. They just repatriate them. This is beyond the power of military commander, which should have been a part of IHL, one of the serious challenges to IHL. And one of the things is the reparation or giving relief to the victim. It is the international law, and IHL says very clearly that the states or international bodies are required to provide reparations or relief when they are responsible for violations of rules of international law. And forms could be under the UN principle, could be compensation, restitution, etc., which is not being imparted under the IHL followed by the UN. Some of the opportunities which I feel could be exploited by the UN forces. First is that employing new means and methods of warfare. Use of technologies are increasing by the local non-state actors. So in the peacekeeping operations, I feel the new technologies can be deployed by which have been used in recent past have been like attack helicopters, night vision devices, and drones. There are non-lethal drones, mean not unweapons drones, just for a visual, and they have been used in recent past. I feel that more such non-weapons could be used devices to ensure that the peacekeepers' lives are not put at stake. So feasibility of using robotic weapon system, lethal drones, and cyber weapons can be a new means of warfare, can be deployed by the UN forces. Second opportunity is that the use of non-lethal weapon. Number of places it was found that some of the contingents of the UN have used non-lethal weapons very effectively. So this can be the group of non-lethal weapons available are many more. UN peacekeepers can use, military personnel can use, though police is using some places, UN peacekeepers can be also can use these. The possibility of using in peacekeeping operations. Third is the information warfare. Today, we are aware, it is one of the way of fighting a war. Before you fight a war, a lot of misinformation is communicated. In the number of UN missions, the misinformation led to people believe that UN forces are involved in lot of wrong activities within the country. Could be the use of Ebola viruses by them or spread of COVID-19, etc. And this resulted in a situation of riots where the UN peacekeepers were deployed. So this makes it difficult, and therefore tools available for this must be exploited by the UN peacekeeping forces to safety of their own personnel. Last but not the least, it ensures respect for the IHL. Article 1 of the 4 Geneva Conventions says very clearly, and I told in beginning, Geneva Conventions have been signed and ratified by all the countries in the world. So Article 1 is applicable to every country. And what it says, that the common article is obligation to respect and ensure respect. To respect means my government will respect the provisions of the Geneva Convention. Second part, to ensure respect, all the machineries within the state will follow what I have signed and ratified. So it's responsibility of every citizen of a country, whether armed forces, police or otherwise, ensure that the Geneva Conventions and what contains them are respected. And by honoring provision and refraining from any direct violations of the convention. Second, must ensure respect for the Geneva Conventions by positively influencing conduct by state actors. In fact, if the states can train their forces on this aspect only, the most of the violations can stop. For this, the mandate of the UN peacekeeping forces must include this provision. States must ensure that its soldiers and police personnel, before they go, are trained on it. Two contributing countries must ensure. It will require some finances and other facilities for which the UN Security Council or the UN must provide appropriate guidance and allocate sufficient human resources. These are the, in fact, if you follow this last one, a lot of violations can be stopped by the UN peacekeeping and police personnel. So to conclude, gentlemen, today the conflict dynamics is changing in this century. The number of non-state actors are well armed. The growth of violence is increasing. And to ensure it, we must adopt a strategy for technological innovation, what I mentioned here. And the last one, that the few opportunities I discussed must be exploited for better protection of civilians and lives of peacekeeping personnel. Thank you, sir.
Wing Commander UC Jha, thank you very much for your very comprehensive and rich presentation, already setting the ground for discussions, not only for this particular session, but also for the sessions that will be following today and tomorrow. You highlighted a very few very important points. Indeed, you mentioned about the evolution of the approach of the UN itself in terms of accepting and seeing the applicability of IHL to multinational forces. You also stressed how this generic notion of UN peacekeeping operations have to be nuanced a bit more to determine on the ground if and when IHL will be becoming applicable and relevant to UN forces. And of course, then you spoke also of the distinction between different types of situations whereby the UN itself will be bound by IHL or will be considered at times, depending on specific circumstances on the ground, as potentially involved in the armed conflict situation. But there are also situations in which also individual troop contributing states might be themselves seen as parties to armed conflicts involving these situations. Of course, here the situation differs among different actors as well. Difference exists between the UN forces as well as African Union forces and also NATO forces, as we are speaking about multinational forces. And of course, here we have to stress what is decisive and crucial for classifying perhaps the situation involving the multinational forces would be, of course, the operational command and control and who holds that control over military operations in a given context. You also stressed about the importance of customary international humanitarian law. Even though we know UN has its own international personality, of course, they are not themselves, the UN is not as such a signatory to the Geneva Conventions, but you importantly stressed on the importance of customary law when it comes to IHL obligations. And you underlined also this personal scope of applicability of IHL and relevant questions, which I'm sure we will be discussing at length in tomorrow's session when we speak about the protection of protectors as well. And last but not the least, you spoke about respect for IHL and importantly highlighting the duties to suppress and prevent IHL violations. Thank you, sir. And without further ado, we will now have the perspectives for the force commander's point of view in peacekeeping and perspectives on IHL. We have Lieutenant General Tinekar to present on this issue. Thank you, sir.
General Fernandez, Mr. Omar, Dr. George, General Jasbir Rida, a highly respected, most admired peacekeeper around the globe, Excellencies, fellow peacekeepers, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, it's an honor to be invited to speak at the USI Annual UN Forum and share my thoughts on international humanitarian law and UN peacekeeping. UN, as you would all know, has a very crucial role in development, promotion, as well as ensuring, as well as enforcement of international humanitarian law. Many of you believe that humanitarian law is violated at will, but it catches up sooner or later. You can't get away when you commit mass atrocities. Fate will catch up with you. War and conflict is innate to human society. Human society has been at peace for just 8% of recorded history. 268 years of the last 3,400 years. So the roots of the recent wars and genocide go back tens or hundreds of thousands of years, beginning with our hunter-gatherer ancestors. Humans are pretty brutal when it comes to dealing with each other. Wars of the last century claimed more than 108 million lives. And today we live in a world which is deeply divided, where common ground is difficult to find. The world is grappling with widening inequality, rising authoritarianism, rapid development of transformation technologies such as AI, environmental degradation, climate change, which is destroying livelihoods, forcing mass displacement, and is yet another source of conflict. Very strangely, engaging in war is deemed to be honorable. I'm a soldier. Many of you are soldiers. So engaging in war is not dishonorable, it is honorable. And emerging victorious is a matter of great pride. Is there any doubt in that? Notwithstanding the loss and the misery that follows in its wake. Wars today are made worse by the destructive capacity of weapons, no longer confined to opposing armed forces, previously restricted generally close to the border areas, but now a civilian finds himself at the front line of conflict. Civilians account for nearly 90% of wartime casualties. Is there any answer to that? They get shot, they get bombed, they get raped, they get starved, and they get driven from their homes. By the end of 2022, more than 100 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced due to persecution, conflict, violence, and human rights violations. Humanitarians who serve the displaced are also at perpetual risk of death and arrest. Children are not spared. At least 120,000 children were killed or maimed since 2005, an average of nearly 20 a day. And I'm not counting what is happening on your TV screens these days. Hospitals get overwhelmed by complex injuries, and survivors are left with lifelong disabilities. But we live in a modern and civilized world and continue to witness these tragedies in spite of the fact that the use of force is governed by the principle of distinction. And this is just the first principle of customary humanitarian law. And the principle of distinction states it is the necessity to distinguish between the civilian and the combatants, between civilian objects and military objectives. But are we doing that? Let's come to UN and peacekeeping. War is definitely not an end in itself, and there is always the day after. It is therefore required that warfare is mindful of basic tenets of humanity, since scars of its unchecked prosecution will make search for durable peace more painstaking. Do you think the people of Gaza are going to forget what they've been experiencing over the last so many days and so many years? Rules of war are meant to save mankind from annihilation and protect those not taking part in the fighting. The United Nations efforts at maintaining international peace and security over the last 78 years have met only with partial success. The UN Charter upholds the state's right for individual and collective defense, urges members to abstain from resorting to threat or the use of force. The Cold War saw 20 million perish in conflicts across the globe, but prevented a nuclear war. The following 25 years was an era of unprecedented global cooperation and consensus, where peacekeeping gained prominence as a stabilizing force, assisting nations emerge from years of strife and conflict. Whatever may be the ills of peacekeeping, you could cite the pen holder, as somebody said. You could cite the complete domination of P3 or P5. But peacekeeping has contributed to protection of civilians. It has contributed to saving lives. It has ensured delivery of humanitarian assistance. It has monitored human rights. And overall, undoubtedly, it has lowered the levels of violence. And this success was principally achieved by multidimensional missions. Military, joined by civilian experts, working together, keeping peace, sometimes enforcing peace. Assisting states, weak states lay the foundations for sustainable peace and development. Of late, of course, they seem to be losing relevance, but this may just be a temporary low. Even as conflicts have ranged in different regions, there is no new mission after the last in Central African Republic in 2014. Consensus within the Security Council is not easy, and divisions adversely affect mandate delivery in complex environments. Peacekeeping, as was brought out, is getting prolonged, leading to all-round frustration. Parties to the conflict are observed to miss mutually agreed benchmarks, and these benchmarks are vital for durable peace. There is an assertion of sovereignty conveniently used to obstruct and deny free movement of peacekeepers should their actions not serve vested interest. Dividends of peace fail to trickle down to local communities who lose faith in peacekeepers, and a sentiment exploited to malign peacekeepers. There is a challenge of non-state actors that was brought out: irregular militias, non-signatories, unlawful combatants is a word that I'm sure that you've heard of, civilians who take up arms temporarily, and terror groups who prey on population opposing the writ of the state. So definitely peace and security is slow to realize, and sometimes there is no peace to keep. Peacekeeping casualties have constantly seen a spike. In Mali, more than 300 over the last 10 years. In Darfur, it's been 295. In Central African Republic, 185. Violations of human rights and international law is on the rise. And I suppose peacekeeping has to evolve in some form to face the new challenge. Chapter 7, missions mandate peacekeepers to use armed force if necessary to protect civilians under threat of physical violence, irrespective of source and location of violence. The use of force for protection involves peacekeepers in conflict termed non-international armed conflict that my co-panelist brought out, in which one or more non-state armed groups get involved. Such groups or militias may not be well organized, may not possess a complex logistic framework, but they retain the capacity for gruesome violence. There is justification for use of military force. In South Sudan, where I was a force commander, violence against civilians is perpetrated by heavily armed but loosely organized community militias comprising of unlawful combatants, individuals who are neither combatants nor are they civilians, and shift roles very easily. Application of international humanitarian laws in such situations could come under dispute, and that remains a challenge as brought out by Professor Jha. Each combat situation in that case would require independent examination, although differences between non-international and international armed conflict are gradually disappearing. UN peacekeepers come under the ambit of international humanitarian law. Let there be no doubt about it. Although the 1994 Safety Convention conflicts UN peacekeepers as civilians, affording them identical protection, immunity from attack, and if attacked, the possibility of that attack being termed as a war crime. However, the Rome Statute of the ICC, immunity enjoyed by peacekeepers lapses on the use of armed force. Note the distinction. You are armed. You are entitled to engage in armed action. But till such time you engage in armed action, you are protected. But the moment you use arms, either in self-defense or in the defense of the mandate, you come under the ambit of international humanitarian law. Peacekeepers as combatants are bound by IHL principles and rules, but only to the extent and duration of the armed engagement. Otherwise, they are protected, and crimes against peacekeepers may be termed as war crimes. Peacekeeping is based on a moral imperative of protecting human rights and to help restore confidence in the peace process. The use of force by peacekeepers has to be according to three important principles: the principle of necessity, the principle of proportion, and the principle of precaution. Now, these are ambiguous terms, and they also unwittingly, once they use force, could become a party to the ongoing conflict. Now, this becoming a party to the ongoing conflict makes the troop contingent, the troop contributing country, highly uncomfortable, and so also the contingent. There is no denying that each situation of violence requires close examination of the context which demanded the use of force. IHL prohibits murder, torture, inhuman treatment, outrages upon personal dignity without exception. It also grants the right to a fair trial if any individual is accused of war crimes. None falls outside the scope of IHL. There are, however, operational dilemmas that confront UN peacekeepers in conflict situation that you would realize once you join a mission. It has been brought out that TCCs do not transfer significant authority of command and control of its troops to UN on deployment, and they do retain a few responsibilities. You could call that as caveats, you could call that as unwritten caveats. Troops remain subject to national laws, troops remain subject to national prosecution. Contingent commanders tend to refer back to respective headquarters in dangerous situations when the risk of casualties are high. And IHL demands proportionality and precaution and the necessity of use of force. And that goes across the board. That also goes to Indian contingents. Command and control principles in an area get compromised in very difficult and dangerous situations. So who's the commander and what is his position? There also in recent times and in the present times exists the possibility of politicization of rightful use of force. to protect and self-defense, which may be subject to different interpretations. So as the knowledge of IHL increases, the politics behind it also increases. Impartiality of peacekeepers could come under question, which may disrupt ongoing sensitive peace negotiations, and also could disrupt the peace process itself. More casualties in combat are inevitable, and TCCs could come under increasing pressure to pull out troops as public opinion in each and every country. It could be Chad, it could be Bangladesh, it could be India, often disfavors combat and casualties under the UN flag. The use of force and its complications under IHL tend to impose caution on peacekeepers, as there is no special protection under international law. In India, there is some protection offered. And in UN peacekeeping, or when you are engaged outside, there is no protection offered. You better abide by those principles, by those conditionalities. There is no protection. I'll give you an example of South Sudan in 2016. General Mistry knows South Sudan very well. Militia members, 2013 and 2016 both, militia members, some uniformed with arms, fleeing a stronger opposing armed group, sought protection in the special protection sites in the vicinity of UNMIS bases. They were admitted and provided protection on laying down their arms before entry into the site, and that is elaborated in Article 3 of the Convention. The mission, however, stood accused of harboring criminals engaged in civil war, calling to question their impartial status. Consider the case of Force Intervention Brigade in MONUSCO, which has a precise mandate to neutralize armed group brought out by my colleague, including through targeted offensive operations under the command of the force commander, following the motto of one mandate, one mission, one force. IHL rules permit direct targeting even at the cost of collateral damage to civilians. You know what is collateral damage. In the vicinity, as long as the incidental civilian damage is not excessive in relation to military advantage anticipated. These are very clever terms which can be interpreted either way. Right, Dr. George? It is also argued that peacekeepers may be required to become party to the conflict in order to resolve the conflict. That is also right. Peacekeepers must become a party to the conflict to resolve the conflict. That is an extreme position, but you can't dispute it. But undoubtedly, the sustained use of force by peacekeepers does not always work to the advantage of peace. And there would be instances, as conflict prolongs, of violation of IHL by all parties concerned, including peacekeepers. Human rights definitely is a force for change. Monitoring, investigating, and reporting of violations of human rights and international law is one of the pillars of any mission mandate. Human rights monitoring, civilian casualty recording, investigation of violations, and calling out individuals responsible for contributing has contributed to decrease in civil casualty figures and has encouraged parties to abide by international humanitarian law. Undoubtedly, law finally catches up. I've seen human rights specialists operating. They record every violation. You may not even know it, but it is recorded within the mission at the UN headquarters. My colleague did mention that the person may go scot-free in his country, but his name is recorded either for sexual exploitation of abuse or for any crime that he may have committed. He will certainly be not called by the UN for any kind of employment or assignment, and he will be marked for life. So law does catch up. There is a policy called the human rights due diligence policy. Look at it from the other side. This is a policy that was enacted in 2013 and stresses the centrality of human rights and stipulates support to non-UN persons, security forces, conditional on their activities being consistent with human rights and IHL. When you are in a mission, you've got to deal with the government. Government may have people in high positions. who may have or who have alleged to commit to who may have alleged to violated human rights or committed violations of international humanitarian law sometime in the past. Its purpose is obviously to bring violations by non-UN security forces to an end. In South Sudan, the Chief of Defense Force of South Sudan is one of the individuals accused of gross violations of IHL during the 2013 conflict and is on the sanctions list of the Security Council. There are other individuals holding high office in the government similarly sanctioned. These sanctions restrict easy engagement of UN personnel with such high officials, but this is crucial when you are in a peacekeeping mission. So while yes, the policy is indeed laudable, every person has to be a crime of every person has to be noted, or alleged crime of a person has to be noted, but it does present difficulties for a UN mission in the search of peace and for mandate implementation. My last point is about training, and that was brought up by my fellow panelists. Peacekeepers are provided training on IHL. I'm sure you being here, many of you being here is a part of your training prior to deployment on a mission, and of course during the course of your deployment. You will never understand the fine print of the law, and as military people, we don't understand the fine print of the law. Dr. George here is our advisor, and he would definitely do so. But of course, you would understand what is respect for personality. You would know what is dignity of human beings, obligation to protect those who are not actively engaged in hostilities, and tend to the sick and wounded without distinction. There is a limitation on employment of weapons, which is mandated by international humanitarian law, as also by the rules of engagement. Their use in civil areas and proportionality of force application are points that need to special and regular emphasis. We may not understand it. At least my experience is that nobody knows what are the limitations on the use of force. And if these new limitations are explained, there is, as I had brought out earlier, there is a tendency to play safe and not get involved in a conflict. Many contingents are not fully aware or rehearsed on the restrictive application of force, particularly in contingency situations. To conclude, the central purpose of IHL is to limit and prevent human suffering during war and conflict. When peacekeepers use force, be aware that you risk becoming a party to the conflict and you lose immunity from attack, otherwise which is accorded to representatives of the international community. Prolonged and sustained violence, engagement in conflict carries the risk of violation of international humanitarian law across the board by all parties. Respect for human rights and international humanitarian law reduces violence, saves lives, and reinforces the credibility of UN peacekeepers. And that's the most important. If you violate it, it is destructive of reputation. It is destructive of legitimacy. Thank you.
Lieutenant General, thank you for your really inspiring presentation and very rich perspectives from the field as well. And thank you for quite a few important points that you have made, including in terms of falling back to the internationally agreed rules as well when it comes to armed conflict regulations. And here, indeed, we have IHL for that. You pointed out challenges as well in terms of implementing these rules on the ground, and sometimes even some of the notions like distinction, proportionality, and precautions being very difficult to agree on the ground, but indeed that the commander has the discretion to apply those rules and interpret them in good faith. I think it's fair to point out on that respect as well that those rules have been drafted and are continued to be implemented by the military, and at the elaboration of those rules as well, there were more military in the room than lawyers. So I think that's something also to be remembered as well. So these rules are based on the idea of pragmatism and making sure that the military necessity considerations are not really undermined. You also mentioned about the complexities that are being created by the current realities as well. You spoke about the multiplication of actors. You spoke about the challenges related specifically to non-international armed conflicts and compliance of IHL, including basic tenets such as the obligation to individually distinguish from the civilian population, and the importance of sensitizing also to IHL rules the members of the non-state armed groups, which might not readily have the knowledge and understanding of those IHL norms. And last but not the least, of course, you spoke about mindful conduct of war in compliance with IHL as well. And you spoke about the significance of inquiries and also making sure those violations are also being recorded and being followed up on. Indeed, quite a few points that will be also relevant for other discussions today and tomorrow, including on the personal scope of applicability of IHL when it comes to especially multi-dimensional UN operations as well. You pointed out the existence of military component, but also civilian component, police component, as well as at times involvement of private military and security companies as well. So those are indeed very complex and important issues that we will be discussing in the sessions to come. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Shri Sudesh Kumar, who will be talking about IHL and peacekeeping from the police commander's point of view. Sir, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, dignitaries, the honor of the dais, and friends. I restrict my points to just around 10 minutes. As already brought out that IHL tries to establish the minimum standards which are applicable in any armed conflict in order to alleviate human suffering. Sources, treaty law, customs, and general principles of law, which are recognized in all the civilized nations. Principles already cover that equality of vigilance, non-reciprocity, balancing military necessity with the humanitarian aspects, distinction, proportionality, avoiding unnecessary suffering and humane treatment of people. Coming straight to the points which I am supposed to cover. The first is that when we talk about IHL, it starts with advocacy with the national political leadership, civil society, organizations, the people who participate, students and workers, and the community and religious leaders. I remember my boss, Madam Leila Zeruge, whenever we meet the president or ministers, the first front starts with conditionality, which got concretized in 2013. Every UN sport will make contingent on observation of human rights and respecting the IHL. So that is how we were trying to enforce it right from the beginning. Second is training to the armed forces, which is a national responsibility. And of course, we chip in there. And the paramilitary forces, which is called the gendarmes in Francophone countries, and with the national police. This is very important component, I think, which everybody must be taking it very seriously when it comes to enforcement. Next is the training. Generally, when come the violations and all, because I think one aspect which we generally lose sight of is collection of evidence. Here I put in that training the national police and military investigators where the violations actually take place. I didn't put that forensic aspect in that. The collection of that evidence and preservation, which is required as per the standards of law of prosecution, I think that's a very important aspect which we need to cover. Mainly the sexual and gender-based violence and ethnic cleansing, which I think I was witness to in Congo during 2007, 8, and 9. Situations which I could never imagine in my own country. I have seen there. So people being eliminated, all the male members of one community being killed overnight. So we have so many situations taking place there. Then, of course, capacity building of national judicial institutions, both civil and military, and the national prosecution services, which are totally, basically, I think either they're absent or there are no sources, no training, no personnel, no budgets. and they need to be reinforced. I think the UN is doing where the missions are there, and it's taken very seriously, and we are trying to reinforce, and mostly we have counterparts who cooperate with them. And I remember when I was a police commissioner, we had problems in Kinshasa. They were blaming the national police for not controlling the crime in the capital. We had UN personnel being assaulted, and even our deputy force commander was actually, they were trying to overpower him, he could escape. So when I talked to the national police counterpart, I told General Numbi, I told, what is happening here? He said, General, I have just got zero budget for the next 3 months, zero budget. No money for patrolling, no money for vehicles, nothing was given and all. So I was telling him jocularly, I heard about zero-based budgeting in public finance, but I never heard about zero budget. So what he did was, he withdrew all the security of all the ministers overnight. So we withdrew all the pilots and escorts, and next day the budget was sanctioned. So we had literally blackmailed the national authorities to get the resources for the police. So I think that one aspect we need to take it very seriously. Then, of course, come the partnership with our partners, mostly dealing with human rights, elimination of sex and gender-based violence, protection of children in armed conflict, and promotion of dialogue, the civil component. I remember that Chief of Human Rights, my friend from US, Todd, we were almost meeting daily basis. Wherever the conflict is taking place, how we can contribute to each other. So we were doing a lot of good work together because we had a single boss, both reporting to her. And it's like 2 arms working together. Half the day, the human rights people are with the UN police, or UN police is working with them together. So we have done a lot of good work together. I think this picture I'm showing that's basically just before the conflict war started in Congo. That was 2000, I think 25th August. We were making the road for Sake Masisi access. I think General Rawat is there. Sir was my brigade commander. He's the Chief of Arms Defense of India. And General Negi is there, then my SRG is there. So the war started just our visit and all. So then the events unfolded. So we took all the people along with us, like human rights, everybody was part of that particular mission. Then comes the national and international media. I think like I had fortune of dealing with the mostly international media there. A lot of useful information you get from them, because most of the journalists, they are embedded in the continent, not for 1 or 2 months, they're for years together. So my colleagues, like we got a lot of information, background information I used to get from them. And they will always alert that the situation is not very good. So based on those signals, we'll develop our own strategies to either coordinate with the national police or with the national military. We used to do the operations together, preventive aspects. One thing like I tell specifically in North Kivu, where the Indian brigade is employed, whenever we go for patrolling, Indian Army, we were welcomed with the stones. So one of the lieutenant colonels, his nose was broken with a brick. So it was brought to my notice by General Rawat. I put my national counterpart on the background check. It was basically instigation by the FARDC generals. They were instigating the local public against the UN forces and all. So what we did was, like General Rawat and me, and I think General Vikram was there that time. We made it compulsory that whenever Indian Army is moving that axis, they're always accompanied by the FARDC soldiers with us. 1 or 2 vehicles of the National Army with the UN military. And that situation was resolved. They never pelted stones on us. We used to make them part of our convoys with us. They will always go together. And some administrators who were working against the UN, I remember mostly Rutshuru, which I'll cover later. He was totally against the UN, not allowing the Indian military to patrol and putting allegations every day against us, false information against us. So we had to intervene at the level of the governor and get him transferred out from there. So this is the way we operate and all, and we could make good impact there. Public outreach about international humanitarian law, mostly among the vulnerable populations. Not only populations, the vulnerable areas where the maximum violations are expected or taking place. So we have to make them aware and make them partners in our own training and capacity building efforts. The early warning systems, I think one was a unit by Indian Army, like they used to send their patrols. And whenever you use them, meet the people, because they don't speak in French, they used to speak Swahili. So our soldiers used to give the walkie-talkie, and they will communicate with us. It will come to the COB headquarters where the interpreters are there. So that information will be deciphered and accordingly will mount the patrols accordingly. Either the stationary deployment or patrolling with the FARDC and the national police together. We used to do the operations based on the information we used to get from the local public in their own language. Basically, any movement, any people with the weapons, or they're camping there. Because unfortunately, what I've seen in Congo, when the soldiers fight, they carry their families along. The family also moves with the units. So now one is fighting the war. Now he has to fend for his family. So a lot of theft, basically cattle and all, they used to steal for feeding their families and all. And second was most of the crime in the DRC was taking place near to the garrisons, where the army was deployed. The same service weapons were being used by the people committing crime in the night. They were basically soldiers who were committing crime in the night and sleeping in the barracks. So what I did was, like, I had a very good discussion and guidance from General Vikram Singh. I requested the president, I told, sir, internal security throughout the country should be done not by the FARDC, only by the national police, which I think I could succeed after 6 months, except Goma, with that international aspect was there. I was successful removing the national military from the roads. They were doing traffic checking, they were doing patrolling, all the nakas, everything was done with the army, which I could eliminate in not 6 months of my deployment. So that was given to the national police. So that gave good dividend for us. This is the interposing or positioning of neutral forces. Neutral forces where the mission is there, and putting our colleagues from the humanitarian agencies and human rights in those vulnerable areas. The picture I'm showing is basically that is a operation which I took over just 1 month after my going to Congo. It is a BDK, Bandhudia Congo. This is basically a group headed by one person, a very charismatic guy who wants a greater Congo, parts of Angola and all those things. And the previous year, there was a shooting there. A lot of people were killed by the police, national police. So I was given the task of that observation of that anniversary. So I had deployed the UN, that Bangladesh Foreign Police Unit, escorted that particular procession with the permission of the governor, and no situation was allowed to deteriorate, and I managed it very well. No casualty was there, no firing was there. So this was the just observation that national police was kept under watch by us. And second was that Bandaka, I think that just before I completed my mission, 2008-9 November, one particular group killed all the male members of another particular group. This happened, nobody knew what that. After 10-15 days, we come to know head of mission was not in the mission. Force commander was not in the mission. It was my boss and deputy force commander and me. We sent one company of police. All of them were killed. Even the dead bodies were lying for almost more than a month. We couldn't retrieve. It's 250 kilometers from the nearest roadhead. So we had to launch the operation basically with the National Army. And you know that top leadership, the missions that I am retired now, I can speak. I'm not talking about the force commanders, the political heads of mission. My boss, he was not willing to intervene there. So I told him very point, I told, sir, if we don't go there, national president has decided to send the national army, there will be a lot of killings will take place. But if the UN is present, we can minimize the damage and all. So again, discussion took place 1 day, 2 days, force commander not agreeing with me. He wanted me to handle that situation with the foreign police units. So I told him that all the weapons used by the people, they were ex-rebels. They were using all the rocket launchers, the arms which are not carried by the police. It was basically a military situation. And I was forced to deploy the FUs. You know my response? I told, I am an Indian. I got one unit in Kinshasa from ITBP, that Indian police. My unit will go first. Then second unit will go force commander's country, Senegal. I'll take the responsibility. The casualty, I'll take the responsibility. But I told I still hold the ground that it's not it's a military situation. It should be handled by the military. Anyhow, discussion was there. I had to read out the that mandate of the Security Council. They said, we want only Congo, that Kivus. So I told Mr. Das, I told it's MONUC. C stands for Congo. It doesn't say K. It's not only Kivus. Then I put my foot down. I told, sir, if you don't intervene, I'm leaving the mission because my end of mission was there. Then, of course, in the night, we made a court cable. We got the permission from headquarters and we sent the UN military only as a presence. When the operation was going on, I was with the force commander. I've seen the trucks of dead bodies of soldiers being brought and buried next to the airport. The national military, they lost battalions, where I was expected to hold with the military, only with the police. So that the deadlock that the leadership takes the decision, which totally contrary to the situation on the ground. So that is how we feel in the long run. I think that whether the force commander or the police commissioner, we have to work very closely and all. So certain situations police can handle, certain only military can do, or certain situations we do together. So that maturity has to come. And I think when they left on the mission, General Guy was there, and he referred me in the airplane. He said, Sudesh, you are right. I was wrong that particular time forcing you to do it. I told sir, I'm not a permanent UN staff. I'm a professional police officer. I'm in a government service in India. I'll go back to my country. I not make my career in the UN, but I have never do anything wrong. So I stood my ground. I think that was the right decision we have taken. And mission was also appreciated by the headquarters from New York. This was, I think, protection of civilians when they talk about it. This basically happened in North Kivu, the joint protection teams. JPTs, we had the human rights components. We had other child protection. We had the national police and with army components. We used to send them into different areas for 2 to 3 days, mostly by helicopters. They will camp there and they will collect all the information and all. But they used to early warning for the mission. We used to prevent and detect. They did very good work. I think there's a total book written on that by, I think, Ambassador of Tanzania. JPT is the work which was done in the Congo, mostly in North Kivu. So we had to put in place this robust mechanisms like that. We were quite successful in the mission there. And then, of course, my last point, national police and law enforcement agencies, whichever is there, they are present all over the country. So we have to involve them in actually observing and reporting all this information, which is impinging on the national human rights violation and international humanitarian law. And I'll give one particular example. When the operations were going on, I think it was 29th, 28th of October, the rebels came, the Rutshuru, that Kiwanza, there are two towns. We had one COB there. They were overran. National actually we withdrew, the police withdrew 2-3 days before the takeover by the rebels. Army withdrew from there. So only is one unit of UN forces and some humanitarian component was left. So police was not there. One of my staff, national police, he got stuck. He couldn't leave the city. So he was hiding in a particular place. And I got information 2 o'clock in the night morning that on 5th night that they have started shooting all the male members. The rebels are taking them out and shooting even small kids. And next day morning, crisis management meeting, I raised this point. I told ma'am, I'm getting information from my national sources that they are doing the killings in Kiwanja. So nobody trusted me. So I repeated same thing. I got the call in the evening again. That guy was hiding in a place where the rebels were nearby, but he wanted to save his life. Again, we got information the night that still the shooting is going on. So it took 3 days for the mission to get convinced that the killings are taking place in Kiwanza. The information broken out with me by national colleagues. Then, of course, difficulty war was going on, and we were not able to induct any people from the human rights. Ultimately, I think I suggested we took them a helicopter with 2 attack helicopters. They were landed in the COB, and they operated from the COB more than a month, which is generally against the mandate of the humanitarian agencies, but they were made to operate under that. And that's how the killings, that thing was came. Around 150 people were killed on that particular night. Basically, CNDP, the rebels written by General Kunda, and by the My group, which was supported by the FARDC national military and all. So that information had come from the national police, one officer who got stuck. And I think he lost his battery, was discharged after 3 days, 72 hours. We stopped getting all the information after that. His total blackout was there. But by the time UN forces had already reacted to the situation. So Kiwanja killing, you can put on the net, you can see that. So that's what I'm saying, that national police and law enforcement, they can play a big role because they are present all over the country. And they're the big partners for us, and we must utilize that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar, for the perspectives of the police commander when it comes to the UN peacekeeping. You highlighted also very important and complementary points. You mentioned in the role of the police component of the UN operations when it comes to various aspects that could be relevant to on the ground, including supporting national authorities, police authorities as well, sometimes also facilitating, for example, the delivery of humanitarian aid and assistance, also sensitizing national authorities, but importantly also stressing not only relevance of IHL, but also of human rights standards, especially when it comes to purely law enforcement dimension of the work of the police component of the UN. You have also importantly highlighted some of the challenges as well, and how on the ground sometimes it might be situations where the police component of the UN might also be called upon sometimes to get involved in the military dimensions and military parts of the situation as well. And then you stressed also of the importance of police component of the UN operations in making sure that supervision of IHL violation and monitoring is conducted on the ground, and appropriate response then is prepared by national authorities. Thank you to all the three speakers. And now, last but not the least, we have Mr. Tim Brown, who will be providing the perspectives of the ICRC. Thank you, Tim.
Last and probably least. Since I was an officer cadet, I've hated speaking behind these blooming lecterns. They never seem to be designed for fully grown adults like myself. And today they've even given me a box to stand on to accentuate the problem. Thank you for that. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends from the ICRC, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. There's the task I've been given today to speak IHL and peacekeeping operations and ICRC's approach. I won't quite be doing that in the sense that if you want to know the ICRC's approach to the law, then you're better off speaking to one of the very clever lawyers we have in the ICRC, and we have an embarrassment of riches where that is concerned, and George being one of them. So really, I think my role is to talk about the ICR's approach to addressing the law, engaging with peacekeepers on the law. So that's what I'm going to talk about, is how we address that with the peacekeepers. I'm just going to, oops, have we gone once or twice? I don't know. Once. There you are. So really one says, our engagement with peacekeepers, the ICRC's engagement with peacekeepers about international humanitarian law or international human rights law, as is applicable, is really just a part of our broader engagement with arms carriers. And when I talk about arms carriers, or the ICRC talks about arms carriers, we're talking about state armed forces, we're talking about police and security forces, we're talking about non-state armed groups. I will avoid using the other terms that have been used that are more politically or emotionally charged, and indeed other security actors such as private military security companies. So really anyone who carries weapons in armed conflict or other situations of violence, those bodies of formed bodies that engage in those activities. I am a part of a unit known as FAS, which is a French acronym for Force Army and Sécurité, really is the unit for relations with arms carriers in the ICRC. Some nearly 30 years ago, the ICRC realized that in order to engage with armed forces and security forces, perhaps it might be helpful if we had people who actually understood the armed forces, security forces, and understood the realities on the ground faced by those forces. And so it started recruiting ex-military and police. All of us, started with only 3, we are now some 80 mobile staff, that is international staff, travel the world, and a similar number of resident staff. So I'm a part of that small group of people, as is Sandeep Bali over here and Sunil at the back there. All 3 of us are members of this particular unit who spends our time talking to armed and security forces. We have both a police and a military side. We come from around the world. We all have overseas operational military experience. We all have speak at least 2 of our official languages. minimum 15 years, I think, of military service to join, minimum rank of major. Usually we tend to be in the colonel, lieutenant colonel rank bracket. And there we are. And we believe we are a unique capability within the humanitarian world who is able to engage on that peer-to-peer relationship with armed forces. And I believe, I really do firmly believe that our voice is heard better than many others. Many times I've spoken with armed forces around the world, and I'm welcomed as a brother in arms and listened to differently than you might a lawyer. In fact, I've even been in places where I was going to speak to a particular staff college, and the commander of the staff college said, "Tim, you're very welcome, but please don't bring that lawyer with you next time." Well, I'm not necessarily pleased with that, but that's the reality. Not playing with me, which way? That way. So that's our vision. Really, the vision of the FAS unit is to do ourselves out of a job. How do we do that? In broad terms, there have been a number of studies over the years that have found that the knowledge of the law in and of itself is not sufficient to stop violations of the law. People know the law, and yet in every conflict, we see violations. So we looked at why that was. We looked at whether or not we were actually doing the job right, and we were listened to, and how we ought to do it better. And really, just standing up and talking to people about the law is not good enough, particularly in pyramidical hierarchical structures such as state armed forces. Troops tend to pay their commanders, funny thing that, a good thing too. But really having some ex-soldier come in or some humanitarian come in and tell them what's right and wrong is not going to have a great deal of effect on the troops. But listening to the commanders will. But even more importantly is that the law of armed conflict, the law is integrated into national law, into your doctrine, education, classroom education, training in the field, and indeed having an effective sanction system. By sanctions, I mean disciplinary system that is used and effective for those who do violate the laws. So a lot of our effort is time spent is supporting states. We do not want to substitute for states. It is a state responsibility to train their personnel, but we will help states when they ask us to with that process of integrating the law into the doctrine, training, education, and sanction system in country. That just gives you an idea of scope of scale. I'm talking only about the FAS unit here. So last year, we engaged, we ran some 1,500 activities amongst those few of us who are around, because we are only 80 mobiles and a similar number of resident staff. That's a lot of activities. Bear in mind, not all activities are equal. And an activity might be, talking to you here today, 100 odd people. It might be talking to 700 people of a UN contingent. It might equally be doing 2 weeks with just 10 people on the trainer. So all activities are not equal. And you can see the number of participants and where they come from. But we're not alone. I hasten to add the ICRC, as you heard earlier, was born on the battlefield at Solferino in the 1850s. And it's kind of in the DNA of the institution. It's in our mandate that we engage in conflict. Therefore, we must engage with arms carriers. So our management, our protection officers, our detention folk, the guys who support economic needs in the field, all have to work in a shared environment with military and police and have to learn how to engage with those military and police forces. So the numbers up here are purely the FAS unit, but there are many other engagements by the rest of the ICRC. We heard about those earlier. The reason I show it up there, the 12 extant or current missions in the UN, is that in every one of those locations, I stand to be corrected, except Cyprus, there is a physical UN presence, ICRC presence as well. So when we're working with UN peacekeepers, we are working in a shared space. We may have different aims and objectives, although many are common, and including the protection of civilians. But we're in a shared space. So we have to learn how to get on with each other. We have to learn how to share that space without getting each other's way, and we need to communicate. So it is really important the ICRC talks to our peacekeepers around the world. Just to give you an idea of the scale of the engagements, those numbers of our engagement with multinational force in 2022, the vast majority of which was with UN peacekeepers, and you can see the numbers for yourself. So we do a lot of engagement with peacekeepers. We tend to aim that at the more senior level. We want to influence decision makers. We want to influence commanders, because they will then conduct the operations and give their orders in accordance with the law. But very often states will ask us, would you speak to the whole contingent? And we will, of course, do that. If a state asks us to support them, we will help where we can. I've got a breakdown of rank structures that we speak to, et cetera, should anyone ever want it. Where do we engage? When do we engage? We engage pre-deployment, in the theatre, and post-deployment. The biggest part of our activity is with the armed forces tends to be pre-deployment. And you can see for yourself what we talk about, and that's just some of the subjects may be covered. It will vary from country to country as we're talking to the states. We will know what level of knowledge each of those armed forces has, and will therefore tailor what we say to that knowledge. We will tailor what we say to the audience. We are not going to say quite the same thing to the soldiers if we have 700 soldiers, a contingent, that we will say, the last time I spoke to peacekeepers, there were 30 officers, 10 of whom were designated battalion commanders. Not quite the same conversation you will understand. We will always talk about the ICRC, its role, its mandate, and our activities in the mission area. We will also give our assessment of the humanitarian and security situation in the mission area. That is usually received with a great deal of influence. Where possible, we will dial in either FAS staff or protection staff from the field and get that straight from the horse's mouth. So actually, even to the lowest soldier, the highest commander, they're very interested to hear that from the field, very current, up-to-date information from the field. So we will do that where possible. And we'll talk about a modus operandi. I won't go into a great deal of detail. Suffice to say that ICRC works differently to many other international or non-governmental organizations. You've heard about our neutral, impartial, and independent mandate, but you also heard that we conduct confidential bilateral dialogue. So we will talk to any armed force, we will talk to any armed group, but we will not share what has been said with anyone else. It is bilateral. So what you say to us remains with us. And in fact, we're even protecting laws that we can't be called to give evidence in court and say what we've heard and what we've seen. So there's a degree of protection there for us so that we can maintain that bilateral dialogue. If we do not have that, if we do not have that confidence from you that we're not going to share what you say with us, then we're unable to operate because you won't talk to us, you won't share with us. And again, very often I've been into a barracks where I've been in and spoken to the commander. And I said, hello, I'm Tim Brown of the International Committee of the Red Cross. This is what, stop right there, Tim. I know what you do. If you had been inside another organization, you wouldn't have got through the front gate. Okay, so that confidential bilateral dialogue is very important. Another thing that singles out from us, we will never take armed escorts. We don't accept armed escorts, and it kind of makes us a bit of an outlier. And even with the UN, and we go to coordination meetings, UNHCR, with OCHA, but we don't like being coordinated because we don't want to be brought into the armed escort piece, and we want to maintain our privileged dialogue with armed forces. So we will attend those meetings. We don't want to get in anyone else's way, but we want to maintain our absolute independence. We'll talk about IHL, we'll revise IHL, people should know it anyway, or IHRL is applicable. And if you're in chapter 5, chapter 6 type operations, you might more like to be working under IHL than IHRL than IHL. And then we'll talk about specific things, we'll major on specific subjects that are relevant to those mission areas. I've cited a few of them up there, depending on what's going on. So if you're taking prisoners, then detention operations will be important. Sexual violence. You've heard some issues of sexual violence the UN's had, but we don't approach this from a purely accusatory point of view. Actually, although there have been many scandals for sexual violence, there's very few peacekeepers across the globe in terms of numbers of people percentage-wise who are actually committing these acts. So, but many peacekeepers are more likely to find themselves as first responders. What do you do when you'll find yourself with the victim of sexual violence? Now, our police colleagues will all be too familiar with that. They do it in their home countries, but the militaries not so much, and we will talk about that with them. We mentioned direct participation in hostilities. Really interesting, not only from a perspective of who out there, not a member of a non-state-owned group, but a civilian who picks up a weapon engaged in hostilities when they can and cannot be targeted, etc. But also this notion that was very well brought out by the general that, and by Wing Commander about the UN seeing itself as not party to conflict and seeing itself not subject to IHL to some extent, but that when they even conduct offensive operations, they believe they're only directly participating in hostilities and therefore can only be targeted for the duration of that participation, and that they decide when that starts and finishes. So interesting questions that we can ask perhaps in session 3, I think it might come out again, where we can discuss that notion of direct participation in hostilities by the UN, but also clarified from the other side of the coin. We will discuss the legal framework. Again, I'm very grateful to my colleagues beforehand on the panel, distinguished as they are, to have mentioned some of these issues. The legal framework, we major on this particularly with commanders. We go through it with them. We talk about IHL, national laws, both of the troop contributing country and of the host state, the UN mandate, the the Secretary General's bulletin, status of force range agreements, rules of engagement, and consequently, command responsibility. All very important stuff. And we will share the location details of the ICRC. We do not want you bombing us, as we have been elsewhere. In theatre, again, very often we talk to people in theatre. Sometimes we get asked to do revision of IHL or IHRL. Sometimes when the mandate changes or when you find yourselves been trained for war fighting and suddenly find yourself doing crowd control, we've been called in to sort of give an update on the use of force under IHRL. But more often we will, as you can read up there, some of those things is really important to us. Again, we do not take armed escorts, so we need contact with you guys. We need to know where the peacekeepers are. We need to be able to pick up a phone and say, we are planning on going this location today by this route. Is it, in your view, safe? Or is there any reason why we cannot travel? And we'll do that with local force. We'll do that with medical centers. We'll do that with drivers' unions, so that that's how we ensure our own security, is by talking to you, to the peacekeepers on the ground. And I don't need to read the rest of that. And then after action review. Where possible, we'd like to have some engagement with those forces afterwards. We want to know whether what we told you was relevant so that we can improve. We also want to get your understanding of the situation on the ground so that we can react effectively. We understand that it is unlikely we'll be involved in formal after action review process. It does happen occasionally, but we also understand that you don't really want to air your dirty washing in public, so we will unlikely be included. But please, we would like to meet with commanders or some of the key staff afterwards to make sure we're getting it right and to improve where we can. I'm in a limited time. That's me. Job done.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that presentation to present on the role of the FAS unit of the ICRC, as well as how and when ICRC engages with peace operations and troop contributing countries. I understand we are limited in time, so perhaps we will have at least 10-15 minutes to take at least one round of questions for the distinguished panelists. So hereby I will open the floor to the audience. When you do pose a question, please kindly introduce yourself by mentioning your name and your affiliation, as well as mentioning if your question is addressed to a specific speaker from the panel. The floor is open. Do we have microphones? We have microphones on the side. Yes, the question in the back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayank Mishra, and I'm an associate fellow at the National Maritime Foundation. I have a question for the chair. We know that use in bello is definitely a part of IHL. Do you think some parts of use ad bellum are also a part of IHL? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Perhaps we will collect more questions.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rahul Banerjee. I'm the Managing Director at Risana House. We're a policy think tank You've been mentioning about the relevance of international humanitarian laws and the importance of protecting civilians. But something I have noticed during my engagement with the Afghan Foreign Ministry as a general advisor, there's a growing practice of civilians, especially women, who are passively getting involved in conflicts, not active perpetrators or part of the violence, but passive perpetrators. How do you distinguish between perpetrators or civilians, especially in these cases? Thank you.
Do we have more questions? Yes, we have a question in the first row, please.
I'm Vice Admiral Chabla, retired. My question was, in the past, my understanding has been that the ICRC does not get involved in non-state armed conflicts. Whereas today it was mentioned that they are involved with non-state parties and various other actors apart from the state armed force. So what is the actual policy of the ICRC's involvement, particularly in most of the conflicts today which do not have state actors?
Thank you very much. Perhaps we will start with this first round of questions, and then we will open for the second round of questions. I will very briefly respond to the first question, which was addressed to me regarding the distinction between jus ad bellum and jus in bello. In fact, jus in bello, the second term, has been used as a synonymous to IHL in itself. But what we are talking about when we talk about jus ad bellum is the prohibition of resort to use of force under the UN Charter. Why we are maintaining the distinction between these two bodies of law, on the one hand, prohibition of use of force and a very strict regulation when it comes to use of force in international relations, is to make sure that if and when force is used among states, then we don't start with the pointing of fingers of who was right and who was wrong, and until we come to the conclusion what was the outcome of that. Oftentimes, even international courts and tribunals are not in a position to give decisive answers. It's important to, from the outset, from the first use of force and resort to that violence, IHL kicks in to protect the persons affected by armed conflicts before and without finding out who was right and who was wrong, and attaching equal share of obligations of IHL to both parties to the conflict. This is really at the core, and without that, IHL does not function. So this is really the basic idea where the IHL starts from. Second, we had the question on women's role and participation in armed conflict situations, so the gender dimensions when it comes to IHL as well. Perhaps I will be directing the question with the permission of Wing Commander Yusija, if you would like to respond to this question when it comes to women's involvement in armed conflict, including when they have an active role, for example, by directly participating in hostilities, what would be the legal consequences to those situations?
Thank you. IHL does not distinguish between men and women if they're involved in armed conflict or they're weapon holders. Only distinction is that if women are taken as a captive or prisoners of war, they get some special protection because of being women. Otherwise, in IHL, both are equal.
Thank you very much, Wing Commander Cha. Indeed, you pointed out that modern armed forces, of course, are composed by men and women, including the peace operations and the military component of the UN personnel as well. Of course, if and when women are combatants, they are also targetable, similarly to how men are being targetable, also in the context of armed conflict when they are combatants or taking active part in hostilities. And also if
What if they flit between roles? You're fighting and then for some time you go back to your civilian role? And then you get apprehended. So what is the position then? I think that's what he wanted to find out.
Absolutely. Just starting from the point that women are not always only at the protective.
It could be men or women.
Exactly. It's both for men and women. We are looking at the actual status in the armed forces. If they are members of the armed forces, they are combatants, they are targetable. If they are not, they are treated under IHL as civilians. If and when they take active part in hostilities, they are directly targetable for the duration of such participation in hostilities, which is a temporal loss of protection from direct attacks. And we will be looking into this question in our third session when we talk about the personal scope to define how direct participation in hostilities is being construed, which material acts will be qualifying as a direct participation in hostilities, and thereby men or women who are doing so will be losing protection from direct attacks, right? And from the moment when they actively disengage from such direct participation, they regain and resume protection that is accorded to them under IHL. Now, with respect to the third question, perhaps I will give the floor to Tim to discuss the role of ICRC's engagement in humanitarian dialogue, especially in non-international armed conflicts, including in those situations where the sole parties to an armed conflict are two or more non-state armed groups without even the involvement of the state. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much. Firstly, the ICRC has a mandate, an absolute right to intervene in international armed conflict, but can offer our services in non-international armed conflict. And in most cases, that is accepted. We engage, as I said in my own presentation, with non-state armed groups as well as state armed groups. Every year, the ICRC does a little internal survey of the number of non-state armed groups in the world who are in humanitarian concern. Okay, so we don't pretend to identify all the non-state armed groups in the world, but only those in the delegations where we are that are of humanitarian concern. In the last survey that I saw done, we identified just over 600 such non-state armed groups. I can tell you that we are engaged with talking to over 400 of those. That's pretty good. It does mean there are 200 we're not talking to. Some are more readily easy to speak to than others. Armed groups that wish to become the government are more likely to want to have that credibility and more likely to want to respect IHL than others. And then you have certain religious groups that are religious-based armed groups that are particularly hard contact. So yes, we speak to them. I know that, for example, non-state armed groups control territory where there are over 60 million people living permanently. And then there's over 100 million people living in areas that are partially controlled by non-state armed groups. So it's absolutely essential we do talk to those armed groups. I myself have done so. I had to do it out of the country concerned, because if I'd seen them in country concerned, they would have been targeted and killed, and me along with them. So yes, we talk to them. We talk to all sides of the conflict. And we remind them all of their responsibilities to respect IHL.
Thank you very much, Tim. And here I turn to the organizers. I think we have 5 minutes, so perhaps very last round of questions. And please make your questions brief, and we will try also to answer very briefly. Yes, in the second row, please.
Daniel from United Nations Peace University, Addis Ababa. Question is, the moment any law get into the political turf, it becomes an elocution competition. And the more awareness about the IHL, and it becomes how to counter that, because it can also slip into dis and misinformation. One more crucial things which can attract even peacekeepers to be targeted.
Tim, would you like to take that question? Perhaps.
I'm not sure I understand exactly what the question was. I mean,
we have.
It wasn't a statement. The question was.
We have, yes.
Awareness. The awareness about IHL become more wider, then it slip into the political turf. And the moment it gets into the political turf, then it become an elocution competition. It can take any shape. So how to counter that?
Got it. Yes, understood the question now. So the question really is about the politicization of IHL. Interesting, I've been watching a lot of TV recently and hearing a lot of the language we use in the ICRC about IHL. The words are there, but the meaning somehow often is not as we would intend it. So a lot of people are using the language and pretend to seem to come over as experts, but it's not quite right because they're using it for their own state ends. My answer is all we can do is keep doing the right thing and keep talking and keep saying our interpretation of the law and continuing to publicize that. You know, we aren't a big enough voice to be out there to counteract hate speech, misinformation, disinformation. We're all victims of it. The ICRC has been victim of it. All we can do is just keep doing the right thing. And my experience on the ground has been that the respect that many people have for the ICRC is based not on what we say, but what we do. And that, for example, even in places like Afghanistan, where other institutions left, we stayed, and the Taliban accept us not because we say we are neutral, impartial, independent, but because they have seen it in practice. We have been in the prisons and visited them as detainees. We now speak to them when they're in government. And we pass the same message continually. So I think it's just by doing the right thing and saying the right thing continually that we'll end up gaining that respect.
Thank you, Tim. We have Wing Commander UC Jai briefly once. Thank you very much. We have one last question. Thank you.
I'm General Monu Bhagat. My question is directed to Tim. While peacekeepers are under heavy scrutiny of the monitors of IHL, what about the other armed elements who come under nobody's control, who have no respect for law? Who trains them? Who checks them? Who monitors them? Who punishes them?
Yeah, General, you won't be surprised to hear that's not the first time I've heard that. Every armed forces we say we respect the rules, but they don't over there. Go and speak to them, which we try to do. And then suddenly politicians saying, don't speak to them, you're giving them credibility they shouldn't have. Interesting dichotomy. Look, we deal confidentially bilaterally. So where we see issues with non-state actors or other state armed forces, we will raise it with them, but without going public. Okay, so you won't hear that in the public domain, but the ICRC's role is that confidential dialogue, bilateral dialogue, and we will continue to raise those issues with those people. We're not applying sanctions. We're not looking at guilt and not guilt. That's not our job. But we will raise the issues with every arms carrier that we see who is not respecting the rules. Anything else is beyond our mandate and remit.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking at people in the front and second row who may have some more responsibility there.
Thanks to all the distinguished panelists, and thanks for the audience for really fascinating discussions. I hereby close this session and hand over to the host. Thank you.
It is said that you cannot go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending. Discussion in this session was aimed at that. Thank to our eminent panelists for our very focused presentation and discussion on the humanitarian law and the law of the armed conflict. This will act as a curtain raiser for the sessions to follow. May I now request Mr. Qadir or Kamal, head of the regional delegation for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, to come to the stage to present the mementos to the panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we break for the lunch, and I'll request all to be back here by 2 p.m. Group photograph.
Good afternoon, sir. Hi, Mohan. Good afternoon, Mohan.
I heard the first session, sir. Congratulations. I
Yeah.
think it's going off well, sir.
Swami.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Just wanted to check this thing. We are delayed because today morning there was some VIP crossing. So all people got stuck there. So we are running
Sir.
30 minutes late. We'll be
No issues,
starting
sir.
in
No
the,
issues. I
we'll
got
be
a flight to
starting
catch in
in,
the afternoon, but then I just rescheduled, rescheduled going to Entebbe for by a day to so that I take this commitment from here only.
Okay.
And after this, I'll straight away catch the flight to go to Entebbe.
We'll start in 10 minutes. And before you, there is one speaker. And this thing you can,
Sir,
after
no
that,
issues,
it'll
sir.
be your
I'm
turn.
here, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Is the video clear, sir?
The African force commanders. Good morning, sir.
Suddenly, African force commanders के बारे में
May I request everyone to settle down? Tanya, can I request you to just see if there is some people in the lobby, they can come in? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After going through the nitty-gritties of international humanitarian law, now we begin with a very important session on the protection of civilians and international humanitarian law. Protection of civilians is a core objective of UN peacekeeping operations and critical to the legitimacy and the credibility of the peacekeeping mission. Respecting international humanitarian law is fundamental to minimize human sufferings, civilian losses, and damage to property. It is also crucial for the civilians to have access to the essential goods and services they depend upon. But the world is failing to live up to its commitment to protect civilians in the armed conflict. We must never lose sight of meaning and purpose of humanitarian law. It is the difference between life and death, between restraints and anarchy, between losing ourselves in horror and retaining our humanity. These are the words of Secretary General on his report on protection of civilians in the armed conflict on 23rd May 2023. He urged members for greater respect for the humanitarian law through action and accountability. Today, UN missions environment have changed and are becoming increasingly complex, and mandate implementation is facing ever-growing challenges. Adopting and responding to these challenging environment is essential for the UN peacekeeping operation to retain their relevance and realize mandate protection objective. How can the protection of civilians be safeguarded in these changing operational settings? These are the issues we will be discussing during this session. The session will be chaired by Major General Dr. A.K. Badalai, an Indian Army veteran. He was a military observer in Angola and subsequently deputy head of the mission and deputy force commander at Lebanon. He holds doctorate on the UN peace operations from the Tilburg University, Netherlands. He has authored 3 books on the subject relating to the UN peacekeeping operation, and number of chapters for the books and the number of articles to his credit. The other distinguished panelists are Colonel Dr. K.K. Sharma, a soldier and a scholar. He has vast UN experience. He was military observer in Cambodia and acting member in planning and writing of UN capstone doctrine on peacekeeping and manuals for trainers in the Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights. He is a post-graduation in human rights and doctorate from Zurich University. He will be focusing today on the protection of civilians in the intra-state conflict and the civil war. Lieutenant General Mohan, a serving general officer of the Indian Army, he was defense attaché in Vietnam and with the UN mission in Sierra Leone. And presently, he is the force commander, South Sudan. He was to be here with us, but as we all know, the conditions in South Sudan, so he'll be virtually connected to us. He'll be sharing his views on challenges of peacekeeping, protection of civilians in conflict environment, force commander's view. And finally, we have Mr. Rajendra Joshi. He has he's from the Indian Police Service. He has vast experience with the UN and peacekeeping operations. He was with the UN mission in Bosnia, Sierra Leone, East Timor, Iraq, and Chief Security Advisor in Sudan and Sierra Leone. He will give his field perspective on the protection of civilians. Before we start the session, we are fortunate to have a recorded message from Mr. David Harry, Director, Policy Evaluation and Training Division, Department of Peace Operations, UN Headquarters. So over to Mr. David Harry on his recorded message.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the USI Annual UN Forum. The protection of civilians' mandate in UN peacekeeping is grounded in international law, including international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and international refugee law, and reflects the desire of the Security Council to protect civilians from harm. Noting that civilians continue to account for the vast majority of casualties in situations of armed conflict, POC has been on the agenda of the Council in its current form since 1999. POC sits alongside complementary mandates, such as the promotion and protection of human rights, children in armed conflict, and women, peace and security, including conflict-related sexual violence, and creating conditions conducive to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. In accordance with the POC policy and operational concept, protection of civilians by peacekeeping operations means activities in 3 tiers. First, engagement and dialogue. Second, physical protection. And third, establishing a protective environment. The tiers are mutually reinforcing and non-sequential, and all personnel undertake activities under each of the tiers. POC must also be part of a broader political strategy to end the conflict and ensure long-term peace. When international humanitarian law applies to UN forces, they must comply with it, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. This obligation is independent of the POC mandate. Beyond the minimum obligations of international humanitarian law, where applicable, peacekeeping operations shall ensure civilian harm mitigation and address collateral damage and other direct and indirect harm to civilians or civilian objects and infrastructure. The POC mandate is guided by a set of legal and practical principles and is rooted in the UN Charter and international law. And these include the following. First, protecting civilians is the primary responsibility of governments. Second, peacekeepers with a mandate to protect civilians have the authority and responsibility to provide protection within their capabilities and areas of deployment where the government is unable or unwilling to protect. Third, the protection of civilians mandate is a whole of mission activity which embodies an active duty to protect. Fourth, it should be done in cooperation with humanitarian actors and with respect for humanitarian principles. Fifth, it is consonant with the principles of peacekeeping. And sixth, POC is a priority mandate pursuant to Security Council resolutions. The protection of civilians mandate in UN peacekeeping is defined as, quote, without prejudice to the primary responsibility of the host state, integrated and coordinated activities by all civilian and uniform mission components to prevent, deter, or respond to threats of physical violence against civilians within the mission's capabilities and areas of deployment through the use of all necessary means, up to and including deadly force. Moreover, all strategies, actions, plans, and programs related to the implementation of the POC mandate are gender responsive, and this requires appreciating that there are gender differences in status and power, and that this informs and shapes the immediate and long-term protection needs of women and men, girls and boys. Gender responsive POC takes account of these differences by adjusting POC efforts in ways that appropriately respond to or eliminate a threat or mitigate the risk to civilians. In addition, new technologies can help peacekeepers anticipate, prevent, and respond to threats to civilians, to better engage local populations, and to acquire, analyze, and share key information. New enabling technologies can support data-driven, evidence-based analysis, planning, and decision-making. We recognize, though, that the critical task of POC is certainly fraught with difficulties. The nature of intrastate conflict is changing, and lines between conflict and post-conflict operating environments have become less clear. Armed groups proliferate, and violence against civilians takes many forms. Conflicts include more asymmetric threats and urban warfare, as well as cyber dimensions. Conflict may increasingly stem from organized crime, terrorism, climate change, or human migration. Host state consent may also be tenuous. Peacekeeping operations must therefore constantly adapt, and this can be increasingly challenging in situations where the host state or its proxies are a threat to civilians themselves. In the same vein, the implementation of POC-mandated activities poses a challenge when peacekeepers themselves are the targets of attacks, and they must first be able to protect themselves in order to protect others. The Secretary-General's policy brief on a new agenda for peace recognizes these challenges. At the core of this vision remains the need for comprehensive strategies rooted in political solutions with inclusive approaches that put people first and that address the drivers of conflict in an effective and lasting way. In many conflicts, including where there is currently a lack of durable and long-term political resolution, the focus on protection of civilians will remain of utmost importance. And together with member states and other stakeholders, we will continue to work towards a full spectrum of peace operations that is more closely networked with a range of multilateral actors and institutions, and that can act quickly and flexibly. Already, peacekeepers, uniformed and civilians, are risking their lives every day to continue to make a difference in the protection of civilians. In this regard, given the current challenges, support to peacekeeping operations is more important than ever, and I thank the USI for its role in this overall endeavor. Thank you for this opportunity to address the USI annual UN.
Gentlemen, before we proceed ahead, there are two cars which is blocking the way. I'll read out the number DL1CR9472 and DL12CW4830. Request the owners to just move the car because one bus is stuck. It can't move out from that place. Now I hand over to General Bardalai to start the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, even though the protection of the civilian is the primary responsibility of the state, since the event's priority objective, it is the moral obligation of the peacekeepers to protect the civilians. But it is not only the military which has got the moral obligation. Everyone in the mission, military, CIFPOL, and civilians, can play a role in the protection strategy. Most of the current peace operations have been mandated to protect the civilians, empowered with use all necessary means, including use of force. There have been a lot of UN reforms reports, and latest policy has been issued on 1st May of 2023, but with gaps between the concept and practices. Now, since application of force is directly connected to the second tier of protection strategy, the protection of the civilian, there are legal implications that we have seen before lunch. There are ambiguity and rousing debates among the stakeholders. Despite that, there seems to be a strong resolve among the stakeholders to use force to protect the civilians. Today or this afternoon, despite that fact that opinions vary, we are going to listen to two perspectives, but both are from the practitioners. One, the practitioner perspective on the theory of protection of the civilians, and second, to perspective on practices of protecting civilians from the police and the military side. We are already behind schedule by 15 minutes. I am not going to intervene in between, but I have requested to the panelists, and they have very kindly agreed to limit their presentations so that we can hand over this to the master of the ceremony well on time. Thank you so much. Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Chair, and my co-panelist. And of course, another co-panelist is online, John Subramaniam. He's waiting for us to start. We heard about Gaza-Israel conflict, and this conflict, due to the gruesome attacks by Hamas on 7th of October and consequent ongoing Israeli response, are yet another grim reminder of the fate of innocent civilians caught in a never-ending internal conflict. Now, while many times we keep seeing these pictures either through our social media or on the television, but let me take you back 30 years when the world was euphoric that there was some breakthrough expected in this everlasting conflict in this region. However, 30 years hence, we are back to the same place. Innocent civilians getting killed, and we are listening about application of international humanitarian laws, humanitarian corridors, medical support, and things like that, right? So the topic of today's discussion, or my presentation, concerns the civil wars and intrastate conflicts. Now, I'm going to just talk about a little theoretical concepts of that. One is protection of civilians in general. What are the global bodies talking about that? And then we'll also touch upon the peacekeeping scenario. But the fact remains that, like earlier speakers had spoken about, we had the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff talking about that. The wars have always been there. There had been, massive casualties. Massive casualties, and the world has witnessed this. And the wars or conflicts will continue, right? These were interstate or intrastate. A study shows that there were about 74 conflicts after the Second World War, and around 34 are still ongoing. Now, the causes of that, the empirical research shows that the war, that intrastate war, are due to two approaches. One is the correlates of civil war, which seeks to identify country-wide characteristics associated with a higher likelihood of civil war outbreak, and a bargaining approach, where it says the assumption is that the warfare is costly, which views civil conflict as a byproduct of bargaining failure. But the causes primarily remain that one, that the state is in a crisis. When there is a gulf between rich and poor, and both are actually not, both are not aligned. There is an alienation which happens. Many of the civil wars caused because of that, the farmers' revolutions and things like that. And the final, of course, is that whenever a group has a capacity to socially mobilize a particular area, and with the multimedia and the influence of disinformation and misinformation, I think the cause is very much apparent to us in many parts of the world. Out of 32 countries, there are 18 countries where it is a terror-related or terrorist-related insurgency or conflict. There are 9 countries. This study, one study, of course, there are many studies, but one study says that there are 9 countries where it is the political, economic, or social causes which have caused or are causing the civil war. 2 countries, drug-related, And there are only 2 identified countries where there is a full-fledged interstate war, if one would like to say, because whether we want to say Palestine or a Gaza is a full-fledged state and Israel is on the other side, internally, I think they always had some or other problems, right? But what is happening because of this? The civilian deaths, again, I go back to the morning session, colossal civilian deaths. We are talking about protection of civilians, but even the one which is shown in the red is post Cold War, when we thought that peace has descended. If we look at this, it's amazing. And these are the places where probably UN or world body or the world community could do nothing. Yet the civilian deaths took place. We must not forget Cambodia on the left side, or Rwanda, where massacre happened even when UN was deployed and UN actually had to abandon that place, only to be reinforced much later. So the further consequence of these 34 civil war is that there are millions of people who are rendered homeless. Under 10 million. This is a UN High Commissioner for Refugee data of 2023. And in up to 2022, this was these were the figures. 110 million displaced people, out of which nearly 35.5 million were refugees. Others were IDPs, internally displaced persons. And this data does not include the refugees or displaced people in Gaza, because that is a data which will come much later. And we can also look at from which all areas or conflict areas these displaced persons come. Obviously, right on top is Ukraine. Institute for Economics and Peace, which is a Sydney-based institute with offices in many other countries, measures the global peace in 163 countries and covers almost 99% of the population. And its latest report of 2020, it measures on certain qualitative and quantitative parameters, and these are the 3 key criteria or themes which are measured. And 2023 report shows that the world in the last 1 year, the peacefulness went down by 0.5%. And this was the 9th consequent year when this index was going down. So these are some of the studies which point towards the kind of world we are facing, and the points towards the civilian suffering at the hands of various conflicts. The rescue organization gave out this watch list for 2023, and it had given 10 countries which are of importance, where they may require to go in and where the conflicts were actually of serious concern. Obviously, they had left out this particular area. So the conflicts are ongoing, whether UN is present. UN incidentally is not present everywhere. There are only 12 very active peacekeeping missions, though there are another 10 or 12 political missions. OSCE is also involved in this. NATO is also involved in this, who are either doing training or doing some amount of peace operations, peacekeeping missions in various countries. Now, when we talk about protection of civilians and intrastate conflicts, right? First of all, civil war and intrastate conflict are both terms which are used interchangeably. Though I believe that civil war would mean that everybody is involved or most of the country is involved. Classical example is the president and the vice president of South Sudan, whose Dinka and Nuer are fighting with each other. That is or maybe even Sudan, where 2 forces are now arrayed against each other. That is a civil war type of scenario. But in Congo, probably it is more of a intrastate conflict where only one side, the Kivu area or Shuru area is the one which is involved. The whole Congo is not engulfed in that. So responsibility to protect was one outcome, of 1990s, whether it was former Yugoslavia or Rwanda or other places where UN really had to pull out their forces. And the consequence of that was 1999, where protection of civilian became a centerpiece of the policy. And in 2005, there was a UN General Assembly had a World Summit, and in 2005, they adopted this responsibility to protect. And it laid down certain conditions. 3 tiers were given out, or 3 pillars of responsibility to protect. Now, this is where UN may or may not be there. And these 3 pillars, the first was, which was highlighted earlier also, that protection of the civilian is the primary responsibility of the host state. Then they said that second pillar, that wherever possible, feasible, requested, international assistance will always be provided. And the third pillar was that there has to be timely and collective response should a government or a state be not able to protect the civilians or is reluctant in doing so, which happened in many places. Okay, so this was the cornerstone as far as the responsibility to protect is concerned. And this has been reaffirmed by many resolutions by UN Security Council. Yet we have, violation and conflict going on and civilians getting killed. Now, this happened very recently in Eastern Congo, where these people were just protesting the presence of MONUSCO. Civilian, the citizens have that right. But the government forces went in there and killed almost 60, 70 people. UN force was somewhere else. They couldn't even do anything. And as far as the Eastern Congo is concerned, I think we all understand it is a muddle where you have 162 groups which are fighting, and there are about 8-10 which are very large groups. We keep hearing about Mai Mai and CNDP and all those, and we know that from where they get the support. Similarly, in South Sudan, I will not talk about it much because General Mohan is going to speak after this. Again, this clash between Dinka and Nuer and other tribal ethnic tribes continues, and it is actually instigated by the president and vice president. That is a surprising part of it. But more serious is Sudan, and the country which was reasonably peaceful, probably, and the architect of that, ensuring that there was a peace is with us, General Leader. But now again they have gone back to war, and it is their own forces which are fighting with each other. Now, as far as the protection of civilian and UN peace operations are concerned, partly it was covered by Mr. David Harry, director from the UN, in his talk. It was in though we go back that even in Congo, that is the first UN mission in Congo in 1960, there were some directions given to the peacekeeping force by the UN force commander that if there is any vulnerable community which is unarmed and you feel that they are going to be threatened, then UN force may protect them. But there was no such guideline coming from the UN headquarters. And it was only in 1999 that a very specific guideline this became a core issue. It came on the central agenda of UN Security Council, and UN started talking about it. And over a period of time, then there was a high-level panel report, HIPPO report of 2015, which gave actually, as far as international peace and security is concerned, it gave its recommendation that the UN has only 2 responsibilities. One is to make sure that there's a political settlement, and the second one is protection of civilians. And that's how, primacy of politics started coming in the fore. And after that, we had 2019 protection of civilian policy, which has been revised, and this is the latest one, which was signed in 2023. It gives out various guidelines, etc., for the UN peacekeeping force or UN peacekeepers who are working in any mission area. And it gives 3 tiers: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So first one is a protection through dialogue and engagement. Then is a physical protection, and then of course is a protective environment. Now all three are interchangeable in the sense they can run concurrently. Probably military force will look at only the second one as a primary instrument, but I think everybody has to, even a military force, wherever it is deployed, you engage the local communities. And we are actually fielding FETs and all. You keep talking to the child protection team. You also talk to the local community leaders. So that itself is a dialogue and creating that environment of protection all around, right? Okay, I will not, I had just put this slide because many times we keep talking about that all the peacekeeping missions are now getting mandates to protect civilians. That is not so. These are the 12 ongoing missions, and there are only 3 missions which has got protection of civilian as a primary mandate, right? One can always access it on the website. Other missions there are legacy missions which are just continuing, but protection mandate had come it's of recent origin. Interesting, this is the last one which I'll show. I know that post-lunch it's very tough, okay? Now this is Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, after the Soviets left, till the time war on terror was declared, the casualty levels you can see on this graph, right? This is by Uppsala University, and they are very good with the CNDP and all. They're very good with the data crunching. But starting from 2001 onward, the casualty figures went up, obviously, because there were operations. Coalition forces were there, and NATO was there, and everybody was there, right? It's not Tora Bora caves, but everywhere, operations were going on. But I'll just leave a small thought with you with this slide. It's a very interesting slide. And I have read a paper where somebody has given a detailed argument that sometimes it is always good to just leave the country as it is. It can probably solve its own problem instead of everybody going and trying and solve it, right? So while you think about this and we talk about protection of civilians, somewhere our peacekeeping force, this is Indian battalion in Congo, they will continue doing the job. They will continue to protect civilians who are flooding their camps. They will provide whatever protection they can afford. Okay, and they are doing a great job. So with that, thank you very much.
Jal Mohan. I think we lost him.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. All yours.
Hey, start, sir. Am I audible and am I visible on the video?
Yes, sure.
Respected Chair, fellow speakers on the panel, distinguished guests and esteemed hosts. A very good day to you all from Juba, South Sudan. May I start with a note of gratitude to USI, ICRC and CUNPK for making this event possible and affording all of us, particularly me, an opportunity to share my perspectives on a topical subject of challenges to POC in conflict environment. That I'm acutely conscious of the fact that I'm talking to an audience full of luminaries in the peacekeeping field. They've got former force commanders, former DSRSG, DFCs, generals, admirals, and air marshals, leadership of ICRC, scholars in the field of peacekeeping, IHL, and POC, heads of think tanks, and others who know about the subject, perhaps much more than what I'm trying to highlight in my perspectives. It's a humbling experience indeed, and thank you for this experience. Why do we call this subject topical? From 1999, when UNAMCIL was handed the first mandate on POC under Chapter 7, in the last 24 years, there have been 16 missions which have had a POC mandate. As of now, 6 missions have a POC mandate out of the 12, either as a primary or as a sub-primary objective. Even in those where there is no POC mandate, POC responsibility is inherent. But this statistic may not reveal the true picture. But if you take the statistic of about 80,000 peacekeepers out of the 87,000 who are now serving in UN peacekeeping missions, a whopping 90% are all serving in some peacekeeping mandate or the other. More importantly, in the same 24 years, the proportion of civilian casualties as part of the overall casualties in conflict has increased dramatically. It is not without reason that the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon stated that in the 21st century, the abiding concern of the United Nations is protection of civilians. Now, without further ado, let me move on directly to the challenges in conflict zones for accomplishing POC mandates. First and foremost, I wish to talk about the impact of conflict prevention actions of missions being intangible. Unarguably, conflict prevention is the best method in the field for ensuring we accomplish the POC mandate the best possible manner. Now, conflict prevention normally takes the form of leadership engagement of the mission and other stakeholders, with the political leadership, with the government's leadership, with leadership of the military in the host state, with the leadership of armed factions, leadership of communities, religious and traditional groupings, and the like. From purely the force point of view, it takes the form of predetermined and pre-deployment and predetermined hotspot areas. And when you have adequate early warning, dispatching patrols or deploying temporary operating bases in locations in or near the likely conflict zones. Now, as we speak today, day in and day out, peacekeepers are carrying out these operations. A number of conflicts are getting prevented. A number of casualties are getting prevented. And very often, even the peacekeepers on the ground do not know if their actions are resulting in a conflict prevention achievement. The world at large does not have a tool to measure the number of conflicts prevented or obviated and number of casualties that have been prevented again. Number of lives saved is not in the capacity of any tool to measure. On the contrary, on the diametrically opposite side of the spectrum, it is with great alacrity we are able to account every casualty that takes place and every conflict that occurs. The casualties in a conflict zone where UN peacekeeping forces serve is inevitable. It is the efficacy with which the escalation of conflicts is prevented that should be the focus for any study that sees the impact of peacekeeping missions. This being the first problem that I have talked about, I wish to highlight another problem relating to a decision dilemma of commanders in the field, often from the level of company commanders up to the force commander. This stems from the fact that best is often the enemy of good. In any conflict situation, there are multiple options that present themselves for POC. Now, if you take, for instance, a typical case of an armed faction in a village being attacked by another armed faction, you have the option of deploying in and around the conflict area, or even interposing between the two armed factions. Or if you see that the civilian population has fled the village and they are going in a corridor towards a safe haven, so in that time you deploy around that corridor to protect the civilians fleeing from the zone of conflict. Or you may visualize the next objective of attack of the armed factions and strengthen it so that that becomes a fortress and you have prevented escalation of the conflict, and also provided a location where hapless civilians fleeing from the conflict zone can gather and seek protection for some time till the conflict subsides. These are multiple options of POC. List is by no means exhaustive, but the commander on the ground, often in the conflict time or in the fog of conflict, is forced to make a decision because you do not have the resources in time as well as quantity and in range to meet all the options. A decision has to be made on which option or which group of options have to be adopted. If the commander on ground looks over his or her shoulders and tries to look at his battalion commander, sector commander, and force commander, valuable time is often lost. The problem is whichever option that is chosen leaves the commander open to the criticism why the other options were not chosen. Herein is what I call as best is the enemy of good that comes into play. The guiding factor that we train our commanders at all levels is choose the option that affords the possibility of protecting maximum number of civilians. Sometimes it may not be the offensive action of driving a wedge between the armed factions. Sometimes it may be a more docile version of protecting the civilians who are fleeing from the conflict. So be it, but choose the option that requires, that affords the opportunity to save maximum lives. So this is what we constantly train. And as I said, it opens up a criticism in hindsight as to why the other options were not chosen. But as long as the action was chosen with good intent and in good faith, and there was no inaction on the part of anybody, I think the system should and will stand like a rock between the person who's taken the decision and the critiques of the decision. Thirdly, I want to touch upon the aspect of mandates. Are really high expectation mandates, or what we call colloquially as Christmas tree mandates, are they really a problem? Are high expectations there of a UN mission just because of the mandates? Arguably, the communities we serve may never need the mandate. Moment the first blue helmet or the blue beret enters a conflict zone, the population has high expectations. Not only the population, the host government, sometimes the international community, and the peacekeepers fraternity has high expectations when we start the mission. Now, this is with or without the mandates. So, and how can you have a mandate which is low on expectation in an environment of conflict wherein is the video continuing to be available? Because I seem to have lost it. Okay. I was on the subject of how can we have a mandate which is low on expectation in an environment where there is untold suffering of the communities we serve. In South Sudan, for example, out of a 12 to 13 million population, 9.1 million population requires some sort of an aid to just survive. 70% of the women here and children here have faced some sort of conflict-related sexual violence or the other. In the face of such magnitude of suffering, how can mandates be low on expectations? So as a practitioner in the field, I do not consider high expectation mandates as a problem. I consider them as empowering because the mandate forces all actors to prioritize resources and capacities for achievement of the POC mandate and gets the focus onto POC. But what is the problem with mandates then? Very often, I think it would be better if the mandates are unanimous. A non-unanimous mandate sometimes gives a perception that some parts of the mandate may be negotiable, which is not the case. A mandate which is inconsistent or lacks consistency year on year. What I mean to say is, if there are drastic changes in the mandate from one year to the other, missions are not capable of swiftly adapting to changes in strategy based on a particular mandate before the next mandate arrives in the scene. Therefore, consistency is very important. Now, in addition, and possibly most importantly, all planning with relation to budget, with relation to resources, must be commensurate the mandate. The resource to mandate gap should be minimized. So if these are done, I think mandates are good to go. Now, having said that, are unlimited resources the panacea for all problems we face? If that were so, in the heights of the mission of the coalition of the waiting in Afghanistan, where we had 130,000 soldiers at the peak, and where we had an impressive array of modern weaponry, possibly and arguably the objectives were not achieved to the fullest extent. In UN missions, typical UN missions such as the one in South Sudan, where the area of the country is roughly equivalent to that of Afghanistan, where the problems are also perhaps as grave, although may not be so much in the global eye. Here, with 1/10 of manpower and 1/100th of the resources, the track record of a typical UN peacekeeping mission in POC related activities is not very bad, at least in a comparative sense. So it's not the resource. The answer lies somewhere else. Yes, the resources to mandate gap should be minimized to the extent possible, but resources by themselves are not the panacea for all the problems we face. Let me touch upon the issue of consent, which General Thinaika touched upon in the previous session. You know, the consent of not only the host government, but also various stakeholders. Very often a POC mandate may put the mission, and particularly the force, in conflict with the interests of the stakeholders who have signed the agreement which initially brought the mission into the country. In such a case, the dilemma of how best to express this concern and do our job as mandated is a tricky business. Let me say, in the face of one of the parties to the agreement incontrovertibly violating the terms of the agreement, it's not possible for the UN mission to remain inactive. Such inaction will be ineffective. It will be against the mandate. It will be against the peace agreement itself. And therefore, the trick of the trade, the way to meet this challenge, in my humble opinion, is perhaps to convert the mandate and the peace agreement into a set of red lines for each stakeholder. And then say that if this is the red line and this red line is violated and violated incontrovertibly repeatedly, then the UN mission will take the following actions A, B, C, and D. And this should be a common understanding between all stakeholders. This will not mitigate the problems, definitely, but it will be at least better than just allowing the mandate and the peace agreement to be interpreted in different ways by different stakeholders. So, however, in this case, we should also be conscious of the fact that consent is an inviolable principle. To the extent possible, it should be kept intact. Otherwise, it can result in certain problems with relation to freedom of movement, certain issues which in relation to misinformation and disinformation, and sometimes, as we have seen in some cases, it can lead to a winding up of the mission prematurely. So we should know how to pick the battles that we have to fight. We should not miss the wood for the trees, but at the same time, we should have clear red lines which, when violated, should invite action by the UN mission. Coming to the challenge of the peacekeeping intelligence, all of us here are aware that there are significant differences between military intelligence and peacekeeping intelligence. The peacekeeping intelligence suffers from the point of fact that, in principle, it cannot be clandestinely acquired. It cannot be obtrusively and intrusively acquired. It cannot be based on an incentive-based acquisition of information. Therefore, it's largely by engagement and physical first-hand accounts of patrols and other stakeholders. So this for a typical military mind, this may be a complete, a diametrically opposite to what military intelligence is, which normally guides tactical operations. Here we have to function with the limitations of PKI to plan and conduct our tactical operations. But it can be easily compensated by a number of other measures, including incorporation of technology, infusion of modern means of surveillance, which are not clandestine but give you the requisite inputs. And of course, with integration with people who have been in the mission area for a long time, like the civil affairs, the political affairs, and the others who have institutional memory of the situation in the country. Now, in this, I want to touch upon two aspects. One, I would like to call as the gap between early warning and early action. Early warning, of course, is well known, but the action that follows the early warning has to be early enough, and the gap between the two has to be narrowed down to ensure that the mission is proactive in its responses. This gap is affected by mindsets. This gap is affected by mobility resources, both in terms of terrain and in terms of resources, in terms of aviation and all-terrain vehicles and various tools to enhance mobility. Leadership, definitely, and of course, prior training during pre-deployment phase and in the mission. So if mindsets, mobility, leaderships, and training are taken care of, perhaps we can face this challenge of the gap between early warning and early action. Similarly, there is also a gap between situational awareness and situational understanding. Situational awareness is generally the what of the problem, what is happening is of the issue. Whereas situational understanding is to use this what is happening information to arrive at why and how it's happening. Now, this is where the military peacekeepers have a problem because our rotations are very frequent. There is a lack of continuity, and therefore, while we are good at getting the awareness, but we may not be able to understand the situation, for which we require institutional knowledge, which comes from the civilian components and substantive components. Therefore, the need for absolute integration with them. And of course, the use of technology to preserve institutional knowledge from one rotation to the other. Now, this leads me on to the problem of what is true integration? Is integration simply working jointly or being co-located? Or integration is a seamless integration of flow of information, of flow of ideas, and planning together and executing in our respective specialized domains? I think obviously true integration is the latter. And while we have progressed in this regard, there is more distance to cover. Now coming to strategic communication, which is another challenge, as we are all functioning in the domain of misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation now, including sometimes the host government indulging and some partners indulging in such activities against the mission's credibility. Maybe inadvertently, may not be deliberately, but then it does erode the credibility of UN missions. Now, why do we need strategic communication? Do we want strategic communication to address the need for window dressing, a make-believe story which keeps the UN mission in good light? No. Strategic communication is required to fill the void of truth when nobody else is speaking the truth. Strategic communication is required to provide the background as to why a particular decision was taken, why the mission did what it did, and what are the basis of the decision and how that has helped. And also to highlight the positive side of the operations, which have resulted in preventing the escalation of conflicts perhaps, or preventing the incidence of casualties beyond a certain extent. So strategic communication should be based on truth, transparency, and it should cover all perspectives so that a discerning audience can gather why something was done and how it was done. There is also another challenge with respect to the philosophy as what I would call as off the camp and into the communities. By its very nature, a typical United Nations peacekeeping mission has a number of static protection responsibilities. Bases have to be protected, your airstrips have to be protected, lines of communications and communication centers have to be protected, assets, key installations have to be protected. This takes a fair amount of boots on ground towards static responsibilities. So off the camp and into the communities becomes a problem. Therefore, that's a serious challenge which all missions and all forces have to face, continuously review the static deployment, keep reducing it by incorporation of technology, keep increasing the troops available for mobile duties by reworking out the security arrangements, and to use a tremendous innovativeness in this regard. This is a challenge that field commanders face, and we have various methods of dealing with it, which I'm sure the august audience would anyway know. Now, coming to leadership in such missions is a major challenge. Given the diversity of contingents, multinational troops, there are caveats. As it was told in the previous session, not all powers are vested in an operational commander in a UN environment like it is done in the national environment. There are language barriers. There is a transactional nature of peacekeepers who come for short tenures and move away. There are limited resources, the deficiencies in intelligence, deficiency in situational understanding. All this I've already highlighted. So leadership has to be top class. Now, coming to protection of the last point that I wish to highlight, this list is not exhaustive, but I just cherry picked a few challenges. Now, it is not always that protection of civilians is carried out with weapons. In a state called Unity in South Sudan, which is experiencing the worst floods in 60 years, which has sort of brought the conflict down ironically, but then it has increased the suffering and displacement due to floods. Almost the entire state is displaced. There are a series of displaced IDP camps very close to our location in the capital city of the state called Bentiu, wherein we have over 177,000 displaced personnel right now. The whole IDP camp and the whole town, in fact, is protected by 25 kilometers of dikes that the UN agencies have erected. These are varying from 3 to 9 meters in 3 to 9 feet in height. Now, on 7th and 8th of October last year, a breach took place, and the breach was discovered by a Ghanaian patrol, which is called the dike monitoring patrol in this part of the country. Now, within 20 minutes, that 1 foot breach expanded to 21 meters in width and 9 meters in depth, and water virtually gushed out like a river into the IDP camp. Left unchecked, that could have killed 30 to 40,000 people who were immobile in this huge camp, including old, including infirm people, including people who lost their limbs, and including children and women in advanced stages of pregnancy. However, no engineering equipment could reach the breach because of the heavy force of water that was gushing out. So virtually nearly 2,500 uniformed and civilian peacekeepers joined shoulder to shoulder on a human chain, filled sandbags for about 36 to 48 hours and fixed the breach. This saving of what I would call as 30 to 40,000 lives has virtually gone unreported because, again, the world lacks a mechanism to see what has been saved. And this is, in my opinion, very much a part of the protection of civilians' responsibilities that missions undertake in addition to protection with arms. Having said this, is everything hunky-dory with protection of civilians being done by our missions? No, there are numerous shortcomings, and peacekeepers on ground are acutely conscious, and we invite criticism from peacekeeping scholars so that we can continuously improve. Need of the hour is to have faith in this instrument of protection of civilians, faith in the instrument of United Nations peacekeeping. Many of us say that peacekeeping is at crossroads. Without doubt, certainly, yes. But is it the first time we are at crossroads? Definitely not. I think every 10 years there has been an occasion where the future of UN peacekeeping has been doubted. In the last 2 decades, there have been a lot of question marks raised about the effectiveness of POC as carried out by UN peacekeeping missions. But without doubt, these efforts have saved lives and prevented conflicts. There are shortcomings which need to be corrected, which definitely must be done. But this is the last beacon of hope for hapless civilians trapped in conflict. And therefore, we shouldn't throw the baby with the bathwater. We should preserve the baby, nurture it, and allow it to grow to its fullest effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Mohan. Despite that you crossed the time by a few minutes, but I thought you must have the luxury because taking time out from all the way from South Sudan. We have now Mr. Joshi.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman, senior Army veterans, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and cadet officers. I think the crunch is upon me now for the time because I am the last speaker. So, last but one, all right. So, can I have my presentation, please? All right. I would just like to mention that I had a great privilege to serve the United Nations for more than 20 years. And it was a rare opportunity to serve in the UN peacekeeping mission, political mission, integrated hybrid missions, and also at various family duty stations. Starting from the International Police Task Force to working for the SET team for the selection of the peacekeepers in different countries, coming to the Office of Internal Oversight Services, working as chairman of the Board of Inquiries, and then as a chief security advisor at various duty stations. It's a great journey. Of course, emotional, so kindly bear with me. Because while working for all these years, it was nothing more than breathing peacekeeping and protection of civilians. Nothing more than that. Be it maybe at a family duty station or in a peacekeeping operations. When you are with the peacekeeping, it's the main theme is the protection of civilians. As has been said by Colonel Sharma, that settlement, political settlement, and the protection of the civilians. So I have been engaged all through in this process. So when we start this journey, I would start from 1996, when first time the Indian civil police officers were involved in the peacekeeping missions. From the different states, civil police officers joined the IPTF, and that was the beginning. So there is a great shift when we talk in 1996 and when we come to 2020 or 2023. There was no pre-deployment training or induction, as Mr. Tim Brown mentioned in his ICRC presentation, the pre-deployment briefing. We had no pre-deployment briefing. There was no familiarization with all the difficulties which the peacekeepers were going to face, be it may be language barriers, the driving issues, or the multi-ethnicity issues, and the weather conditions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the climate would go to minus 30 degrees, and you'll be driving the right-hand drive vehicle without looking at the back on a stretch of 15 feet or 20 feet. So that was the starting point when we started. And then basically it was a unique mission, UNMIP in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Monitors, police officers from 34 countries, different nationalities. So it was a unique experience, particularly driving Karadzic to one territory to another territory and bringing 3 presidents for the meeting of the Federation. And then meeting different people, it's about the UNMIP mission. So when we come to the protection, the IPTF the police stations were established all over the countries. And the most important issue was the freedom of movement. Initially, before this mission and before the Dayton Agreement in 1999 December, there was almost like 500 checkpoints in the country, which were all removed, and the civil monitors, the police officers, they manned all these checkpoints. Supported by the implementation force, which was under the basic general command of the NATO forces, it was a great workmanship working with the military of European nations and discussing the issues with them. During this process, the complete vetting of the police officers, the local police were removed, and they were completely first vetted, and the entire restructuring took place in Bosnia. And the most important issues were the human rights violation, prison watch, investigation, monitoring of the election, and including to that, movement of all the refugees in the country, the IDPs, internally displaced people. So that was the starting of the peacekeeping mission for the civilian police officers. After that, this is one of the police stations in Kislyak. Just to give you an idea about the territories, I don't know how this laser beam will work. So the Federation area of the Croat and the Bosnian and the Serb area, and all these were manned by the IPTF monitor, almost like 2,000 by the time we were in the 1998 or 1997. After that, the missions evolved, and then working with the SAT team, we looked into the particularly the language skill, investigating skills, and also the driving skills, and the different peacekeepers from different countries were selected. So coming to the Sierra Leone mission, it was working great with General Jetley there, who was the force commander there. It started with a core group of the 7 senior police advisors, only the 7 police advisors, and they worked with the Commonwealth Police Development Task Force, and again, looking into the protection of the civilian, restructuring the entire police, because the whole police department was devastated completely. The police officers had left the police. Either they had joined the rebels, or they were maimed, or they were killed in the ambush. And so it was a great task of restructuring the entire police. And we developed the civil police, the UN monitor, they created the quick impact project to raise the funds because there was no money. And we raised the quick impact project and raised money to create all the police station. And I'm really proud to say that even in the distant areas of McKinney, which was controlled by the rebels, we could establish the new police station and recruited the new policemen. So the disarmament process, the disengagement process, the demobilization process, talking and negotiating with the child combatants, this was again a great experience in the Sierra Leone. I would not go into the theoretical aspect because I'm from the Department of Safety and Security, and we work for the safety and security of the UN staff member, whosoever joined the United Nations, be it maybe the UN volunteer, the special contractor, the civilians, and even the military observers and the civilian aspect. So that's what the Department of Safety and Security is doing. So these are the 3 layers, and I'm sure many speakers have spoken about it, so I will not go about, but this is the core theme of the protection of the civilian. Coming to the East Timor, a very different mission. There was no participation of India into this mission, and working for the Office of the Internal Oversight Services, the highest investigating agency in the United Nations, and working for the Board of Inquiry, again, for the interest of the protection of the civilians again, and the UN staff member. That was the main job there. The security issues and the protection of civilians became a major issues when the UNHCR staff were killed on the borders of Tambuwa, and then the security level was raised. And also when the Bali bombing took place in October 2002, killing almost like 202 people. And at that time, the staff tracking became one of the important tools for the safety of security. And we designed the special app and all the tools for the staff tracking, be it maybe they are on R&R, they are on holidays, they are on vacation, or they are on duty, to track all the staff members and for their safety. That was the major issue. So from Intact, I just put this small video about the UN police, how they function, because I know that after lunch, it is also a nap time. So I'd like to show you. come back to the presentation. All right, so no, I hope you appreciated what the civil police have been doing, and the Liberia, the Indian lady police officers in Liberia, that's also, which is also mentioned. Now, after that, the most important mission, the Iraq mission, where again, because of the political reason, India didn't participate, where again, the multinational forces were responsible for all the security, and the Fijians were for the PST Fijians were responsible for the personal safety. Again, it was a great experience to work in the IDPF camps and to remain in a phase 4 security area, and traveling in Rhino, going to for the transportation coming from the airport. It was like really a science fiction experience. But again, the unprecedented security challenges, they did not deter the UN officials to help the protection of the civilian. They will go out in spite of all the barriers and all the mines and everything, and to go in the civil areas to protect I can tell you that the immediate, the humanitarian response was so quick, even from the green zone area, that you can see that where we work, only the green zone area, we worked in that. Rest of the town was no-go area. And from this area, this was only limited populations were there. And whenever there is a crisis situation, the UN or the local national staff will immediately rush for the humanitarian aid. The risk assessment, the UN headquarter team, they will be always alert, come regularly for the assessment. This is with the Fijian PSTs at the time of my farewell from Iraq. All right, so now come to the most important mission. You already heard so much about Sudan, and I think many veterans are already there, so I will not delve into this dangerous territory, but just to speak a little, that I served for almost like 3 years, and again, the most challenging situations we faced. Talking about from personal experiences, when the Janjaweed attacked Khartoum in 2008, May 2008, and then again, when the ICC declared the arrest warrant for the sitting president, Mr. Omar Bashir, in July 2008. These were the most important situational security situation in Iraq. And that was the time when we were responsible for preparing a contingency plan for almost like 5,000 civilians. We converted the UNMISS headquarters like in a fortress. General Tinaikar was there, later General Lidder was there, and it was for the protection that in case the eventuality, all the civilians, most of the civilians of the UN staff member, even including the MILOPS, the UN volunteers, civil contractors, their dependent, they can find the protection. So that was the most important. But again, the most important thing is the host government support. When we activated the security plan and the contingency plan, even for evacuation, like from the land, from the sea, and it was very difficult because the government was not so supportive. And here you have General Lidder and the security management team. It was almost like daily briefing, daily update on the security. Signing of the peace agreement, again, very hard and robust negotiation skills, the North IDP Darfur. All right, so I will not go into the detail about the family duty station, because the most important thing for family duty station is only the minimum operating residential standard and the security standards for offices. That's the most important. The most expensive in South Africa, almost like going to $20,000 to $25,000. And again, the security challenges to protect the 160 UN volunteers in the northern province, that was again a very important challenge. This is just a matrix. How do we determine the security risk? Finally, the evolution and the enhancement on the protection of the civilian. The situation has changed. Now there is a requirement for the specialized people. No more the civilian police officers unless you have the language skill, unless you have the technological skills,
and the missions are shrinking. Compared to 1996, missions are shrinking. So these are all important things. But again, the evacuation is the last resort, and that's the policy to stay and not to leave. That's what the protection of the civilian is, that we will remain there and we enable all the UN agencies to work in the field, whatever the programs are there. The Saving Life Together document, I was talking to the ICR officers that how do we work closely with the international NGOs. So that's it. It's also taking some time. So these are the gladiators in New York, all the chief security advisor with Sir Daniel Vinas, the Undersecretary General. These are the 36 security officers, now increased to almost like 50, spread all over the world. Thank you very much for your patience, for your understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have actually 5 minutes for question answers. Should we have any question? I'm not discouraging anyone, but you can always eat into the tea timings. Yes, please. You are. I think they will give you the mic.
Thank you. Okay, so I am Parth. I'm the founder and chairperson of the board of directors of ECV System Youth Foundation. And my question is from you, sir. So, sir, basically, I guess most of us have read a lot about the role of religious leaders in Bosnia and Herzegovina in establishing peace and upliftment of human rights and including the lefter groups such as the women, the children, and the marginalized group into the peace-making processes and solving the inter-ethnic tribal conflicts and establishing a long-term peace. So that's what all we have read theoretically. But what have been your experiences about the same as you were there on the ground?
Can you repeat your question and speak slightly slowly?
Okay. So, sir, religious leaders have played a major role in establishing peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And even after the conflict came to a somewhat better position, they played a major role in including the marginalized communities such as the women, the children, etc. So I want to know about your experiences and your views about the same as you were there on the ground, and how, and will it be efficient to replicate this model in other places all around the world, since I guess majority of the global population identifies themselves with their religion?
I didn't get it. When I didn't get it. Your practical experience in Bosnia with networks and for civilian population. You can speak from there in the mic. Yeah. Turn the mic.
The most important issue in Bosnia was the ethnic conflict. That was the main issue, the Croats, Serbs, and the Bosnian Muslims. The former Yugoslavia, which was run by the iron fist of General, the president of Yugoslavia, Tito. And later on, the ethnic conflict became the main issue. So Sarajevo was divided into the three parts. Earlier, all these three ethnicities lived together. I lived in a house of a Serb family in Sarajevo, and I would go to the other region to meet his Croat son, who's married to a Croat, and who is, again, I mean, having his son is living in another family. Now, that was such a complex situation, and that complex situation was basically handled by the IPTF for almost like 5 years. 5 years. The most important issue was the free movement, because when we landed in 1996,
Sarajevo was just like a battleground. Everywhere there were I4 and the local police checkpoints, local police who were trained during the authoritarian regime. So shifting the mindset from the authoritarian regime to the democratic setup and to mold them into the format of the United Nations mandate was the most difficult task. But we took it. And again, the language barrier, because one house is speaking Croat language, another is speaking Serbian, and local Bosanski was totally different. So when I will enter at 9 o'clock at night in my house, my Serb lady, there is no light, and I will have to speak I couldn't even communicate with her. So I will speak in Hindi with her. And whatever she speaks, I will have to translate somehow into that word. So these are some of the challenges. If I don't know exactly I'm answering your question or
and what role religion has played in the entire improvement of the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and what has been your experience in that aspect? That's what his question was.
Okay, the local population, they were, I can tell you, compared to many other missions, they were the most helpful and supporting to the UN community there in the country. And in any issue about the freedom of movement, about the human rights, like for example, you might have heard about the Srebrenica genocide incident, all these issues, the people were so much obsessed with their independence, with their family, because the children, they ran out of the country, they became refugees, and somehow to solace with them and to provide them the aid, we just made some effort into that one. I can just say that one in brief.
Jan Bhagat.
You know,
whenever a mission is deployed, particularly in interstate conflict zones, it is there to protect not the government, not the warring factions, but the people who live. So it is inherent in the deployment of a mission. All this protection of civilians came into the forefront because the UN failed to do it in Rwanda to start with. And that is when the mandates of the UN became Christmas trees, as General Mohan said. Otherwise, the mandate of the UN, I take personal objection, are not supposed to be task tables, which we have made them to be in the world of today, where we discuss contemporary peacekeeping. When we went to Somalia, there was no such mandate, but we did protection of civilians because it's ingrained in our psyche as the military of a democratic country which goes to the aid of civil authority. And we know what protection of civilians, when and how to do it. It is the Western world which is totally law abiding, where between husband and wife also they talk on legal terms that you need such mandates. And you have harmed the UN Security Council by making it add protection of civilians, because tomorrow there may be a requirement protection of elders. There may be a requirement of what's happening in Gaza, protection of newborns. Will the UN Security Council be a mandate of 101 tasks to do? That is only the requirement of the force commander and the mission head to interpret the mandate correct. As he was talking, General Mohan, it can be mandated, it can be interpreted separately by many. No, there are only two people who have to interpret the mandate, the mission head and the force commander together, and issue an operational order. That means a task table. The Security Council is only meant to give you an operational directive, like a co-commander or the army commander does in India. The operational orders begin from depth downwards. The division commander doesn't ask the army commander or the chief, please give me what should I do and what I should not do. So that's a point to note. I brought this out in very seminars, but nobody takes note of it because they don't understand it. If you are sending your recommendations, you may like to note it. Number two, nobody talks of preventive deployment when we talk of protection of civilians. We only catch the last bus to a mission area, never the first bus. To be there in time, which can protect all the civilians around, unless when only 2 or 3 are left. You go too late. And that is why so many civilians get killed. Thank you. Points to note.
Thank you, sir. I have 200% agreement with you. Any other questions?
It's not a very correct statement made. Sir, the 3 tiers are definitely political and then physical violence, this and that. But after that, strategic. The operational part of the POC policy is in 4 phases. And the first phase is prevention. And prevention means proactive intervention, both politically, security. So you are absolutely correct that it is ingrained in you, things like that. But first and foremost, always is prevention. And actually, the military component itself has failed. Political people, of course, think at a higher level. If a military commander, immaterial of the rank he operates or she operates, knows the intelligence is there and is unable to even move a patrol to conflict prevention there, and I will talk about it tomorrow. Unfortunately, the military component itself also starts looking for caveats and for various things and start blaming political establishment. But I am a firm believer that even a platoon commander motivated with 1 man, and let me give you an example, sir, on this, even in the course of it, be writing about it is Rwanda. What is the use of force? Once the whole military component evacuated from Rwanda, 2 military observers, they said, we are not going. In a church where one of the rebel groups, which are not coming there, both the chaps sit with a chair and they said, you'll have to kill us before going in the church. That is use of force. Use of force is not about guns and things like that. Use of force is a mind, it's a mentality. It is a person's belief, person's conscious. I have to do it. And the person convinced that protection is his moral obligation, people will find ways and means of protecting. But if you're not convinced, there is a laundry of things. You can send 20 attack helicopters, you can send N number of systems, you can give any mandate, it has no meaning. Because the guy there is not convinced to act, what Mohan was saying there exactly. That on the ground, these are all fantasies which come to you as a from top, mandates, this and that. On the ground, in the area of responsibility, you now know what is it. And you will have to find ways and means to do it, at least there. Whatever way you want. So you're absolutely correct. Some places it comes in, some places it doesn't come in. Thank you. But,
yeah, Daniel,
I basically raise it because prevention, because we are looking at those 3 tiers. Unfortunately, sir, those 3 tiers, I must put it on record. I've been objecting to the word tiers. I believe there are 3 pillars. The trouble started when the POC philosophy was there and somebody put tiers, and we started looking at them in a very sequential pattern. But the actual part of the thing which all of us is concerned is not the tiers. They are the 4 phases, which I'm sure somebody will cover it down the line. Thank you, sir.
Daniel, quick question. You will have a quick answer, like Wing Commander Oja. Quick question, but point to the point.
So, interest in the frozen conflict, like Greek Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot, Israel Gaza, Tamil Singhala, Somaliland or Puntland, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Biafra, Nigeria, Cameroon, all these things. It's a frozen conflict. It's happened for more than 50 years. Nowadays, there is a cross-stream knowledge sharing is happening. Is there a way from microbiology or any other, science application of deep freeze technology can be considered? Is there any R&D is going on for humanities in peacekeeping? Thank you.
Well, that is a tough one. I am not really aware of any such, interaction going on. But let me tell you that special political missions and the UN presence is always there in all these. It may be very subdued. In any case, there will be a country resident who is there. So they keep talking about it. It's not that UN has left those areas. But since you are talking about Puntland and Somaliland and Somalia and all,
UN resident coordinator or whosoever is there will be available only in Mogadishu and not everywhere. So they will have his representative. Well, they won't start, going to those smaller areas which have been carved out by Ethiopia or somebody else. So I'm sure UN keeps itself engaged with that. How successful? I mean, they are very happy as long as this, it remains frozen. Now, Cyprus is one such example where nothing is happening. And last year when we were in New York, we raised these issues that there are some missions which are legacy missions. Why are we just continuing? Why isn't a solution being found there? I don't think anybody had an answer to that. So we can talk about it during tea break, Daniel. I can assure you. I think time has come. Gentlemen, we had some good insight into need and the responsibility to protect the civilian, presence of the law that support implementation of the POC mandate, and different roles that can be played by different role players to protect the civilian, which is beyond what is written in the Security Council mandate. The scope is very vast and the sky is the limit. Now, what came out clearly in the morning is two things I have understood. The law, presence of the law, Dr. George is here, provides that legal authority to the peacekeepers to implement the mandate. Yet, that came out from the practitioner's point of view, then Tinekar is brought out. It can be very ambiguous, a lot of ambiguities there. When academicians and legal experts try to split hairs. Now, since application of force to protect the civilian is connected to second tier of the protection strategy, it can be very controversial. And what happened is that there are times when you get into these academic discussions, the minds can, it can clutter our minds, and it becomes a problematic when you operationalize in POC mandate. Now, it came out very clearly after the POC mandate has been formally adopted in UNAMCIL. Incidentally, a POC mandate was referred in UNAMIR, but indirectly. It said that contribute to the security of the people, but UNAMCIL had the explicit authority. Now, no doubt that I think the yeoman service by the peacekeepers to protect the civilians. But I have a slightly different intact. Going ahead with what General Bhagat has to say and General Leader has to say, I think much before the POC mandate was adopted, a formally part of the mandate, it was inherent because it was a moral responsibility. I would like to argue with giving three small examples. It predates much before the POC mandate was adopted in UNAMCIL. First, going back in 1993 in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Swedish battalion, I'm very fond of giving this example, is a truth because I communicate with the colonel, now brigadier, of course retired, Colonel Eriksson. He was commanding a Swedish mechanized battalion. It was mostly by reservists, all active duty service officers. It is a tank detachment from Dutch tank detachment, Norwegian helicopter unit. Now, Colonel Henriksson, the moment he stepped inside, he looked at the mandate. What he did was, he interpreted the mandate in his own way. He said, my mission objective is to protect the civilians. So he passed instruction to his people that you can do anything, disobey anyone's order as long as it comes to protect the civilians. There are instances, I believe, that he has asked his radio operator to switch off the radio set. Now, one incident took place soon after got deployed. One platoon of this battalion, when got deployed, they relieved the Canadian battalion. Within 24 hours, or the same night, was surrounded by Croat battalion. That they told them that there are two Muslim nurses, please hand them over. When the platoon commander got in radio communication with his Colonel Henriksson, commanding officer, he said, you know my orders, you do what you feel correct. They held on to indirect fire for 12 hours. Finally, the Croat battalion had to pull out. Another incident, the tank detachment was lured to ambush by the Serb rebel groups. When it was fired upon, the main guns of the tanks opened fire. And it continued to fire until the rebel guns fell silent. Now, somebody asked about proportionality of what is the minimum use of force. These are very difficult questions to answer. I mean, if you ask the legal man, he will try to split it. Sorry, Dr. George, I'm not referring to that. A military man is difficult. I'll give you one example. General Rupert Smith, he was a commander or UN force commander of Bosnia. He said, when you apply the force, application of the force should be to address the decision maker's mind, whether it is kinetic or intelligence. If you fail to do that, you have not applied. So determine what is the minimum use of force. What he implied is that if you use the force at a tactical level, you will get only tactical results. Second example I'd like to give you, it came out in South Sudan, Indian peacekeepers, when two rebel groups, armed groups, started fighting among themselves. They interpose themselves in between and prevail upon them. There's a better way to resolve the dispute other than using arms. Now, these two examples, why did they do that? What actions? It must have been, they must have thought it is the moral obligation to protect the civilians. They interpreted the mandate based on the ethics and less on interpreting the law. Another third example I would like to give it goes back much before the even Bosnian incident. It was an unarmed observer mission in Angola. When the civil war broke out after the election in 1992, that unitary rebels went inside the bush, picked up the guns, and started targeting the people and the forces on the other side, and the MPLA, which is in power, and they become the first target. One fine morning, one demobilized officer came running to a team site of the observer mission looking for shelter. They managed to hide him. Just 10 minutes before these rebels came into the site, they took out all the observers in gunpoint and took them as hostages. Lucky that did not search the house. Anyway, things improved. Then another civilian came to the team site. They pleaded with them to transport him or take him to a safer place because he was the follower of the party in power. Anmos again did that. They hid him inside the car, but always feared for their lives. What would happen if they're ambushed by the rebels? Now, why did they do that? Did they know the Security Council resolution? I don't think so. They are of my own age group. Did they know what is mandate? Possibly did not know. Did anyone tell them about IHL and what is the moral obligation? I do not think so. Then why did they do it? They did it purely because it's a natural human instinct to help someone who are in need. Gentlemen, in battle conditions, the fleeting moments when the military commanders at operational and tactical level have to take informed decisions, and they do not have the luxury to refer to rules and regulations. And when they take this decision, informed decision, supported by the 4 fundamental principles of the IHL, I think this will be acting in good faith. But to be able to take informed decision, you should be prepared and clear in your mind. If you read too much into what the academicians and legal experts have to say, your decision will not be informed. But for that, you have to prepare and train. I think we'll hear more about from General Leader tomorrow. Gentlemen, there will be challenges. Despite the challenges, I think if the peacekeepers adhere to the principle of fundamental principles of IHL and take decisions using their ethics and moral responsibility and use force to protect the civilians, then it will be acting on good faith. Where do you go from here? I think it is very important that it is necessary to continuously encourage our operational commander on field, that is the tactical level, and reminded of their moral responsibility. Also, you may like to take them that when you fulfill the priority objective of the event, it may come at a cost. And what remains for the state, the obligation, they must make it a business to protect these protectors. About this, we'll hear more from Stephen, who is here. Otherwise, I think protection of the civilians will be debate. I think debate was more after this mandate was adopted, and we will continue to discuss like we have discussed today. At the end, I would like to say, like the Plato said, that good people do not need the law, but bad people will find the way around the law. Similarly, good commanders do not need the law. All they need is that think of the head, from the head, and take action from the heart. Thank you.
I must thank distinguished panelists for a very focused discussion on the protection of civilians. And my special thank goes to Lieutenant General Mohan, Post Commander, South Sudan, for his participation despite the constructive involvement he is in the ever-evolving situation in the South Sudan, as we are aware. Just for your info, today he had flown to Entebbe on a UN-related task. However, still he took out the time and with permission of UN headquarters to disengage from his engagements to participate in this event. May I now request Lieutenant General Michael Fernandez, Director General, Staff Duties, Indian Army. Actually, he is responsible for the training, deployment of the UN peacekeeping in the forces all over the world. May I request him to come to the stage to hand over the mementos to the panelists.
All do that.
We use the same one.
Because nobody knows what are you doing.
Thank you, General Fernandez. Yeah, work group put. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree that today we had a detailed and a focused discussion on the international humanitarian law and law of the armed conflict, protection of civilians, and the international humanitarian law. Before we wind up for the day, let's wrap up and reflect on today's proceeding. For this, I invite Colonel Dr. K. Sham. Over.
That is the tough one, because to conclude for so many sessions and so many excellent speakers, I think it's a little tough for me. But I'll just take about maybe 8-10 minutes. We started in the morning with a welcome address by the Director General, who shared with us the takeaways of Challenges seminar, which was held last year. And he also spoke about the new challenges which are emerging as far as the areas of peacekeeping operation, peace operations, and international humanitarian laws are concerned. We were privileged to listen to Undersecretary General, Department of Peace Operations, who gave us a recorded talk, and his emphasis was totally on protection of civilian or protection of civil population. POC, how it came as the main agenda in 1999, and it remains a key priority as far as Department of Peace Operations and all the peace operation missions are concerned. Keynote address was delivered by General Matthew, the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff. He spoke about various kind of, especially he flagged Mali withdrawal as a main focus, that why it is happening because of the mandate or various reasons which are there. He reminded us, actually, he started with the UN Charter and the Charter principle, the main responsibilities of international peace and security as far as the UN is concerned. He also went into the restructuring, requirement of restructuring of UN General Assembly, UN Security Council, and what are the pitfalls which are happening. We also heard about pen holders and P3s and things like that. And we saw that during Ukraine debate as well as in Gaza debate, how UN Security Council is totally deadlocked. He also drew our attention towards AI technology, which is coming as emerging as a major threat. Then we had Ambassador Ashok Mukherjee, as always. He's very articulate, and he brought out some historical facts about India's contribution. Hansa Mehta is a name which I also remember. Eleanor Roosevelt is the one who wrote that one big page of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. But we don't connect that Hansa Mehta was one of the person who actually wrote the first thing where all men are equal was changed to all human beings are equal. And we have I think, Hansa Mehta memorial in the PMI every year. So he came out with a lot of information. His contribution to the peacekeeping as such has been tremendous when he was the PR in PMI. And I was writing a book, so he gave me a lot of inputs for that. So that's why I remember. Then he also mentioned about the P5 and the obstacles which are there in the permanent 5. So that was very comprehensive and a talk which was actually based on his experiences and looking back to 1940s and 46. Mr. Omar, head of regional delegation ICRC, he welcomed all the delegates and all. And he did start by saying that we are facing difficult times as far as the global community is concerned. He spoke about ICRC giving us, great support for training. And I remember in 2000 when Center for UN Peacekeeping was raised, and some of us were involved at that time. Even at that time, ICRC used to conduct sessions, used to come here in the USI and conduct sessions for our peacekeepers, and they are still continuing. So that's a great engagement, I suppose. So then we came to session 1, where the first one was Dr. George, his sessions on role and rules of IHL, Convention on Safety of UN Personnel, and the dilemma which it faces, because there is always a dilemma of use of force, and international humanitarian laws or laws of armed conflict, somehow they appear to be in conflict with the military force, but it's not so. So that is then I think there's absolutely no denying the fact which he made very clear that peace operations, UN peace operations, are very much under IHL, International Humanitarian Law. And and especially those who are going in for the peacekeeping mission should be always aware of that. Wing Commander Jha, actual legal, in legal terms, he brought out a lot of issues, but he started with the overview of UN peacekeeping deployment, the duties which are assigned, and he deliberated upon applicability of international humanitarian laws as far as the participation is concerned and the weapons are concerned, or the means which are there. He also looked at 4 Geneva Conventions. All of us, at least in the Indian Army, I know that this is a training in academy itself. In IMA itself, we have to remember those 4 Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. So we grow up with that. And various opportunities. John Tenaker, obviously the force commander of South Sudan, and very well, he's regarded by everyone, all of us who have seen him functioning there, and before also Special Forces. So he gave out his view, and I think partly it linked to mine that conflict and war are, they will always happen. They have continued for the millennium and they will continue. Front line of conflict itself has shifted. That famous dialogue from, which Nana Patkar's movie, that if the border comes to my hometown, what can I do? It is the same thing that the front line is shifting. That's how the intrastate conflicts have started. He also gave us an exposition on the principle of distinction as a part of IHL. But I think the most important point which John Tenaker had made is that whatever one may say, peacekeeping operations or peace operations have lowered the conflict. And wherever they have been applied, in fact, there are a lot of studies which show that wherever peacekeepers are there, far less deaths have happened as far as the civilians are concerned than the areas where there are no peacekeepers. So that is, I think, point which is really worth taking. Use of force under Chapter 7 has a justification, and that's why it is Chapter 7. General Nambiar keeps saying that because there is a threat, that's why force is there. And if force is there, it will be applied. I mean, there's no question. Otherwise, we could have been doing with the military observers only everywhere. Then same thing was re-emphasized that peacekeepers are under IHL. And the moment you use force and become party to the conflict, well, then you can forget about immunity, because then you become answerable for everything. National laws, caveats, and public opinion definitely influences. No one knows it better than us in India. In our experience in Sri Lanka and elsewhere, or Americans, the way they had to move away from Vietnam. So public opinion will always influence the continuity of peacekeeping force in any place. Very interesting that human rights officials, the way they record various activities, it's amazing when you read their reports, the time-wise and the date-wise, what exactly has happened. Somehow we don't get time to read that, but that's important. Mr. Sudesh Kumar, police commander's view, I think he gave a very important personal experiences, and he really has had a tremendous experience in an area where there was so much of death and destruction. So advocacy was very important, because advocacy is one of the aim, advocacy to the local government, advocacy to the local leaders. So that is, and Kiwanza killing was brought into focus again. I did that study for some time, and I know that because our peacekeepers were there, and there was this platoon plus strength which was there, and so I'm just skipping. The last one in that session was by Tim Brown. He spoke about engagement with the state militaries and other arms carriers. That is their group which have been doing. And in fact, that is how ICRC has been sensitizing all those people who carry arms and what exactly, how the Geneva Conventions are applied on that. So that is the... Okay. Now, engagement is, they keep themselves engaged continuously with not only the UN or UN components, but also other non-state and state actors. So that is important for us to know. The last session, the second session was, we heard from David Harry, and David Harry spoke about
that desire of UN Security Council is that there should be protection of civilians, and that's how I suppose UN has been, speaking about this. Though I tend to agree with the very seasoned professional General Mona Bhagat that when the force is deployed, you are actually deployed to protect the civilians. You are not there to protect Farah Muhammad Aidid or Morgan or somebody. But then I suppose, like you, sir, very rightly said, that Rwanda experiences, Rwanda as well as before that in the former Yugoslavia, that UN had to bring out this particular aspect right in the center or in the focus. David Harry also spoke about various, how the evolution of protection of civilian and those 3 tiers or tier 1, 2, 3 came about. They are all mutually linked. So that was I think he gave out a good perspective on that. But the primary objective of protection of civilian policy, those 6 policy formulation, they are all available in the SOP. I'll skip mine because mine was more of a theoretical version. I spoke about the responsibility to protect and protection of civilian. But the point is that there has been a lot of effort in this, and peacekeepers are very conscious of this everywhere. General Mohan Subramanian, his perspective, that's a field, the force commander's perspective from the field, that he started speaking about conflict prevention, what is the scope of that, and how it can be implemented. In fact, when he was speaking, I was reminded of a study which we did, and USI nominated me as a delegate. 1.5 years, we did a study under NUPI, and it's a EPON study, which is still there on their website, on the protection mandate. And we studied how much the protection mandate is actually working in these 4 multi-dimensional missions. Mali, Central African Republic, South Sudan, and Congo. And the team was interviewing people from all over, and a lot of these aspects were covered in that. Integration of various components. Because we train the military or we train the UNPOs, but are we integrating them with the humanitarian elements, human rights elements? We have no female engagement teams, we have child protection teams, and all that I think came out in his talk. There are practical ways of providing protection. He spoke about at the tactical level what all can be done. Then high expectation mandate. I mean, he feels that there's nothing wrong in that. It's only how we interpret those mandates, because people remain the focus of it. In fact, when we were doing a study, I'm just adding part of it is that my major objection in that study was that you have interviewed everybody, but you have never interviewed even a single local in all these 4 countries. I mean, for which the UN mission is sent there and people are deployed, we have not been able to interview. And that input was not there at all. Even when we read that report, it is only at the strategic level, what should be done at the operational level and at the tactical level. But there's no perspective of the locals, which I personally felt that was very important. But because of the COVID, we couldn't go in those places. So then consent of host government and stakeholders, extremely important. He also spoke about peacekeeping intelligence challenges. We've been hearing about this information and intelligence for, then real integration. He gave a very good example of state of unity and how else also the protection of civilian is taking place. When there is a natural disaster, then also you protect the civilians. But I fully agree with his contention that this doesn't get recorded. I mean, no one talks about it. That there is other ways that people are being protected or civilians are being protected. Mr. Joshi, extensive peacekeeping experience in all across the globe, right from 1996 when they went in former Yugoslavia, and that was the biggest police
contingent which went there. After that, I think only in Haiti, there was a bigger contingent and a massive force, and they kept on changing every year. Sierra Leone, but he was talking from the perspective of safety and security department, right? Iraq, I think that's the time when that famous blast, infamous blast also took place. And then South Sudan, but his emphasis was that how they are preparing the police monitors for the tasks which are being given. So these were some of the points which came out in these two sessions. I don't think I have been able to do justice to everybody because they were, but they were very well. Otherwise, also collated by the chair. I think it's these two questions I have noted on this. Why peace operation or such issues in the mandate should come. I think there must have been reasons why they came, and it's a probably at a very high level. But I fully agree that it is inherent in our whenever the force is deployed. Preventive deployment, I think after Macedonia, I raised this question somewhere and they said, no, you don't know, but a lot of political missions have gone in as preventive deployment. But as a force, I think it was Macedonia. And after that, we have not seen such action being taken. But at force commander level, when you are moving forces based on information and all, that also probably is sort of preventive deployment. So this is a sum total of it. I hope I have been able to capture whatever sense was there. And thank you very much.
So that was the executive mandate, only 2 countries so far. That is the reason we are putting up police stations and monitors and all. We are replacing the national police there because they were not there, or they were not actually effective enough to safeguard the population. Otherwise, it's all supportive in support of the national police. So that was the difference in the mandate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of today's proceeding and request you all to reassemble tomorrow here and be seated by 9:20 so that we can start our tomorrow's program well in time. At last, I'll request you all to join us for a cup of tea in the foyer of the auditorium and see you tomorrow.